last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and I'm so glad to see everyone tonight. We have Holly S. Holly, I saw you earlier. So we have Hey Jude, Aries. Nice to see you, Aries. And we have Brandy and Indy, Mally Cat, Sharon. I saw Panda Bear's mom, Crafting and True Crime, Trishy, Meow. Hey Judy Reed, good to see you. And then we have Baba Rose, Lil Redo, Raw Beanie, and Couponing. So I'm so glad to see all of you guys tonight. It's so nice to see all of you. I took another night because they put out some new information in the Sebastian Rogers case. Now we have watched a lot of the footage from Texas Roadhouse. And then there was also a Be on the Lookout, which I think all of us probably thought for a second, like, you know, we have been on the lookout, but it's just kind of more of a spot that they were mentioning. And so I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about that, see what you all think. And then also, some theories, of course. And then I saw that Erie said something about the measles going around, so that's really scary. Hey, Napanoch Father, good to see you. And so, yeah, it's really scary. I know there was some really bad weather, like tornadoes, in Florida, and I was not affected by that, but anybody that was, of course, my prayers are with you all. I even got a couple of text messages where people were like, "Are you okay?" Because, you know, but I was not affected. There wasn't even really a whole lot of rain. We had some winds, but that would, I mean, they weren't even really that bad, luckily. So I was just kind of trying to go over this footage and see if there was anything else to see within the footage. This time, Dog mentions the green hoodie. So he mentions the green hoodie. I also wanted to show you kind of some research that was sent over to me as well. So I know we were talking about the vehicle a couple lives ago, so I apologize, but I've been just kind of trying to figure this out. But there's this picture, right, that has been out for a little while, and that's Lori all the way to the right. Katie's in the middle, and then there's some guy. I'm not sure who he is. Maybe y'all can help me out with that. I do have this photograph of the overhead when Channel 5 did their helicopter coverage of the Feet residence, and you can see her vehicle. So that's Lori's vehicle, along with one that allegedly belongs to the Bower Sox, right? And then we have it right here, and it is a Tiguan. And for those of you who followed the Gannon Stauch case, that was the same vehicle that Tisha Stauch drove, was a Tiguan. Hey, Forget Me Not, good to see you. Crazy Cat Lady, nice to see you. And so, yeah, just to kind of give you guys an idea, because I know we were talking about it before, and here's kind of the aerial view. I thought I tried to get that other picture in. Oh, perhaps I didn't grab it. Oh, and then I also wanted to show you this. I was in the bushes earlier for Justin's live, and I was just kind of had a couple of minutes, and that's pretty much how I get to catch most of this stuff. But I saw this picture of Katie wearing her iWatch or Apple Watch, and you guys know that I'm kind of really interested. I can't even say kind of, but I'm very interested in knowing what was on the Apple Watch. Of course, it seems like she may have had to give that up for a little while, but then we see her wearing it again. This was back in June, and she's out to eat, you know, at a restaurant. You can see it there on her wrist. So I just want to kind of give you that idea of when the next time we kind of saw Katie wearing that watch. We haven't really seen her wearing the watch very often, and this was back in June. So and I'm not encouraging anybody taking pictures of her while she's eating and stuff like that, or, you know, moving forward with the iWatch situation. But it is curious to me because iWatches and even iPhones, they have a really good way of keeping track of like your health wise. You can set it up to be, you know, how many steps you're taking, and all that different stuff, your heart rate. There's a lot to it. And then also with the iWatch, it just holds a lot of data, right? And about personal data about what you were doing, if you were sleeping, if you were wearing it, if you're active, you know, all of that. So just good information. That is, oh, do I have to pop the picture up again, guys? I'm sorry. Did I take it down too quick? There we go. Yeah, Lori's the one that kind of has that's wearing the sunglasses, and she's got her hand up kind of by her face. And then you have Katie wearing what appears to be the same color hoodie, the same type of hoodie that she was wearing on the night that she went to dinner with Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse. Oh no, Lil Redo. Oh no. Yeah, it's very difficult to read. I think it's great though. I love watching Lil Redo when she does her lives. She reads well, I'll let you tell her about it, but she reads from a book that is very interesting, and it deals with a lot. I didn't put the sticker on there. I can't take credit for the sticker. Um but it is a cute sticker. Um and you know, the books that she's reading is dealing a lot with what we deal with here at the in the true crime space, which is sociopaths and kind of the tendencies and the mannerisms maybe if that we see when they're being examined. So it's very interesting, and there was a bit of history into it too on trials and things like that they used to do, and how they learned people's behaviors, behavioral science, if you will. But it's very interesting. So definitely check out Lil Redo's channel. Okay, guys. So yeah, they have all types of health apps that track your movements and things like that, which is it's really neat, especially if you have like medical um, issues going on. And oh, oh no, my bad. I'm sorry, guys. I think I just clicked on something and I shouldn't have. Um, there we go. Sorry about that. That's my bad. Uh-oh, I seem to lost the chat. Well, it says I'm still alive. Oh, here you guys are. Front row. Hey, Jude. Exactly. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry about that. And welcome into everybody coming in. Okay, I just totally lost the whole chat there. Whoopsie. I'm sorry about that. My apologies. My apologies. Let's see here. I hope my mic didn't turn off too. Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Lil Redo. I wasn't sure. I was like, uh-oh, what did I do there? But either way, hey, Judah. Technical, thank you. Yes, Trishy, technical difficulties. Just one moment, please. But yeah, I really enjoy diving into those concepts and also hearing what professionals have to say about it, because I think that's one way that we can really understand it. Um, but let's go ahead and I'll pop that picture up. I went to go pop another, or I went to go put this one on, I believe, and that's it. But yeah, that's the watch in question. And I don't know if we didn't see her wearing it because it didn't go with her outfit necessarily, or if it was just something that she decided to wear that day. But usually, like we were saying earlier, hey, Hindsight, good to see you. And good to see you, Rogue and Judy. Good to see all of you coming in. And Crazy Cat Lady. Oh, yes, yes. Definitely come back. Definitely come back. So, but yeah, guys, there's just a lot of information that they can hold and that they store for you and kind of let you know how you're doing, medically. If you're having, irregularities in your heart rhythms, things like that. So really useful for people who need those, for um, yes, Rogue. I know I was supposed to be on last night, and then they put some new information out, and then also I was working on my video for Crystal, but I'm not done with it yet. So I really want it to be perfect, and sometimes I think I can get it done quicker because it was only a 20-minute. I think it was like 1 or 2 minutes long. But I want it to really flow really nicely with me reading the chapters. And so I wanted to pull in some new pictures too and kind of arrange them. And it just takes a little bit longer, but I want it to be a really good video for you guys. So I'm still working on it. Hopefully it'll be all finished up though. Um, Hopefully by tomorrow morning. We'll just say that after my live, I'm going to work on it again. But with Sebastian, hey Butter Biscuit, there's been so much that has kind of come out in terms of being on the lookout for him around the ports of entry, being on the lookout for him around the Mexico border. And so I found that to be interesting. And I know a lot of people kind of have mixed reviews on it, as far as I can tell. But I think it's always good for us to keep a lookout for him, right? Because he might be anywhere. And then also, this last of the footage that came out, I really wanted to examine, see if I could find anything in it that, was useful, or maybe that we were supposed to see within the video. It does bring our attention back to Green Hoodie, just to let you all know that. So that's very interesting to me because especially when, hey Miss Machete, especially when people were supposed to have been cleared, and now we're looking back at this footage again and seeing, some sort of a handoff. Hay loves horses, um, and so it's very interesting. Um, it just really is. So I've kind of cut it up, right, because I can only do smaller type file sizes. But let's watch this first one, and it's quiet, so I've added a little bit of music, but I'm going to kind of talk in the background too and point out the things that I can see in the video. So here. The yellow jacket, right? So he just walks off the street, it seems like. And I found this to be interesting, especially in conjunction with where we're supposed to be on the lookout for Sebastian right now. So he's just kind of casually walking in. It's a busy night at the Texas Roadhouse, right? It's a Sunday evening, around, well, at this point it is, sorry guys, it's so teeny tiny up there. It's around 6:19, right? So we're kind of watching him go straight to the Roadhouse. It's kind of strange because, and I still have Hindsight's video up too in here uploaded, because in this we won't typically, well, we're not really going to see what he's doing back there right now. We still have this outside view in the lower left hand corner, and then we can see the timestamp too, which coincides with the inside activity. So we see Katie and Sebastian, and they are eating their dinner. Yeah, I thought we were supposed to be on the lookout this whole time, but I think it's the areas they're wanting to focus on, like the ports of entry and the Mexico connection, that I found to be most interesting. As well. And you can kind of see them talking a little bit more now. They're interacting a little bit more now. In walks the food server, and you see him carrying food and things like that, right? And he's using the employee-only door. The guy with the black hoodie. $19 mark. DoorDash, but I think my understanding of his position is probably that he works there for the restaurant, bringing out like curbside pickup items. Hey, it's me, Jen. Good to see you. Who entered exits the front door. Exactly. I know. And I know they probably had to like, it looks like he wants us to focus in on what Katie and Sebastian are doing right now, because they did blur the background out, right, for this portion. And of course, I'm just trying to get inside the mind of Dog's team right now. Yes, hindsight, it is very interesting that he left the box up with her, in my opinion. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. And that's why I'm trying to kind of figure, where is he wanting our attention? Or where's his team wanting our attention? To his left. To me, that Katie does as well. And I do have the video also with this interaction here with Katie, you know, looking. I have that as well still loaded in, so we can watch that too. Rogue says that Sebastian looks very sad. In her opinion, I just want to reach through the screen and save him, give him a big hug. I know, Rogue. I think that's what the saddest part about this is that we can't do anything to just help the situation. We're just kind of watching, right? And hoping that we can decipher what's going on. Brandy and Indy says, yes, looks like KP tells Sebastian something that puts him on alert, in my opinion. Right. And he's very, Sebastian is very in tune with what his mother is feeling and doing. In many of these clips that we've seen from the Texas Roadhouse, he's very attentive towards his mother, in my opinion. Okay, I'll show you. Here's where we could see the yellow jacket, guys. In hindsight, give me 1 second here. I'm sorry, if mods can please drop hindsight pretty please. I don't know, like a vindictive quality or... And this is where Katie's snapping pictures, right, at the table. See, she's definitely taking pictures of him. Which we do know that Chris took full responsibility. Now there's the yellow jacket, right? He's in the Texas Roadhouse, and he doesn't quite sit at the bar. It looks like he's kind of sitting at one of the tables, but near in that area, someplace where you can really kind of fit in with the rest of the crowd. But then again, it doesn't seem that anybody looks, you know, to ask him if he wants something to drink or, you know, a menu, or, I mean, I guess they keep the menus on the table there, but nevertheless, there he is, and there's Katie watching him. And because, you know, Green Hoodie comes in after and uses the bathroom as well. It's very strange, Brandy and Indy. It's really strange. You know, and this is kind of where we see the photo generating on his phone, right? Where he would have no business having Sebastian's, picture, not even one picture, what we're looking at versus what was on his phone, right? So the picture that in picture 1 is definitely matching, in my opinion, to picture 2, right? Hey, Blessed, good to see you, honey. What I thought that I discovered, you know what I mean? And also shout out to our friend Carol, because she was really also advocating for us to look at that, right? Because it's important, in my opinion. Now we can look and see Katie in a close-up, right? Before we see the next part of what Dog put out. And that was the most recent, like 2 days ago, he put that out, right? And that's in YouTube time, by the way. So it kind of varies depending on what time of day, what time he put it out. So Sebastian says, Mom, can I play with that? Kind of points, and nope, here's a menu, just take a menu. Katie's messing around on her phone, but Sebastian's not allowed to play with the kiosk. Now they kind of interact a little bit, and he says no. So it's just kind of a really, it's a strange interaction, but Seth said in his last live that he did that was kind of par for the course, the relationship, that when he was reading back the counseling notes, that this was kind of the way it was, don't pay a whole lot of attention to Sebastian, we see Katie kind of looking over. We're going to get another view of that. She's looking over, and that's in the direction of the yellow jacket, right? Right now, she's looking over near yellow jacket, because that's where he's situated in the restaurant at this time. And then we're going to see Katie's kind of, I just call it a duper's delight. She just kind of seems like the plan's working, in my opinion. There we see it again close up and kind of slowed down, you can tell. Hey, Forrest, good to see you. And then we kind of see it. There's kind of some sort of an interaction. It seems that she's saying why to him, right? Because her hand goes out in kind of a fashion when we say why, right? Or when we're talking with our hands, and then she kind of does one like, well, this is what's going on. Hey, C. Taylor. Yeah, she looks like she's scanning for someone. Yeah, definitely. I can see that too. I can see that too. Because she goes all the way over to the one side and then all the way over to the other side with her head, for sure. Yeah, Butter Biscuit, definitely, an orchestrated, in my opinion, kind of situation. So then they paid the bill. They start walking out, and then of course we know that Yellow Jacket goes out before them. Hey, Tony, good to see you. Good to see you, Tony. I know I'm always on too late, and I came on late tonight, But it's for good cause, guys. I've been working on a lot of good stuff behind the scenes. You'll be happy with it, I promise. But there they go. They're going out the door, and we know that the yellow jacket kind of meets them beforehand and walks out right when they do. I don't know why he's shaking his head no, love horses. I'm not sure, hon. It's hard to tell, because there's no sound. Because Katie hasn't come out, and she like refuses, in my opinion, to come out and tell us anything about what happened that night. If you ask her, it's oh, good, Mally Cat. So am I. I love being here with you guys. But yeah, it's just one of those things where she won't tell us much, and it would be really nice to know like what their conversation was, because people have asked her specifically what was his demeanor like at the restaurant, because we know that that's really the last place publicly that he was seen, right? In my opinion, that's true, unless there is footage of him taking out the trash, but we haven't watched that, or we haven't seen it yet. Not to say it isn't there just because we haven't seen it. Hey, show poodles, good to see you. So there's that. Let me go ahead and we'll watch this next clip here. Oh yes, we're only on number 2. Okay. And 20, right? So there's only 2 minutes that has passed by, just to kind of keep it into perspective for you guys. And pretty soon here, Green Hoodie is going to come into the picture too. So I think it's very odd that we have, Green Hoodie kind of creeping around the parking lot. When, I mean, if you have to use the bathroom, you're going to just go in and use it. You're not going to slink around the parking lot for a while. You're just going to go right into the doors and use the bathroom, is my experience and opinion. Oh, thank you, Better Biscuit. I'll check my email. If she put her phone or had it in her lap. I was thinking that maybe she had a purse on the side of the wall, like on the side of the booth rather, and she gets up and she doesn't have a purse or anything, so it's kind of, and then some people have said that she's just wiping her lap, like is what I said. She had a napkin in her lap and she was wiping the napkin, but it's really hard to tell. And thank you, Mally Cat, for gifting a membership. If you received a Lady Freedom membership, please thank Mally Cat for that. And thank you, Mally Cat. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate you. So yeah, it's just kind of up in the air. And then also it doesn't seem like she's getting the notifications to me on her iWatch. Really, in situations like these, we have to rely on the Lord. We can't just, sometimes there's just not a whole lot that we can do besides the best that we, our own part, and then have faith. pocket light up, in my opinion. Okay, see, and that's what people were saying, is that that's why when I saw Forrest's comment, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's got to be it. Because at first I didn't see it lighting up. But then after I was watching it, and I didn't even know Justin did that. But yes, I do think that there was something, there had to be. I really believe in a lot of burner phones, people having burner phones in this case. Not lighting up, or excuse me, the iWatch not lighting up or getting the notifications, because there may have been another phone involved. It would just kind of make sense with that. And we don't see the yellow jacket go into the service door at all. Only the black hoodie guy. Hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. And I think, okay, so she says, and her watch lit up one time as well, I think, but none were in sync, which does tell me there were burner phones. I think BHB shows the watch light up, in my opinion. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to go over and watch. See, and sometimes I get to catch Bullhorn Betty if I'm up early enough, because she's the early bird. And I'm the night owl over here, so sometimes I catch her. So that's good to know. All right, I'll look out for that, because I was always curious about that. Did I miss one, it lighting up, or left something in the bathroom for Green Hoodie, or even Sebastian? They never showed us when he went to the restroom either. Yeah, that's true. I wish we had the whole shebang, all of the footage, just start to finish. And they may release that at some point. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Robini, he does not use the restroom while Yellow Coat is there. Okay, oh, that's good to know. I didn't think he did, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure at all, because it's kind of hard to piece it together. I mean, I could do the timestamps. He goes in the regular door, Love Horses, yes. And that's a problem, Yeah, Judy says they're not synced. Yeah, I believe so. And that's the thing. It's just kind of like, you would think if she was getting notifications one place, it would be linked to her iWatch. So that's really curious to me. Poppy says, I am glad someone else thought the guy cleaning the table might have found something, or seemed to take a longer and want to rewatch him. Yeah, that was weird. I've never really watched anybody at a restaurant really sit down and clean before, which I thought that was weird, because I've worked at restaurants, and typically, they don't like you sitting down in front of patrons. It's just kind of unprofessional, and it's just kind of a no-no. But I didn't know how they, how things were run there, if that was okay. But I thought it was weird that he sat down. And let's see here. Let me go to this clip. want to see if he is seen around the back employee door in your yellow jacket. Okay, I'll just play this next clip then too, because I could just talk with it and read your. So here's where we see more of the interaction with the busser. And I'm just calling him a busser because I'm assuming he is one. You know, just kind of someone who comes and clears the table. Oh, it makes me wonder about the trafficking aspect, or possibly what could have happened to Sebastian, what their mindset is, what they're thinking could have happened to him. Now, Dog had brought that up before, that could be a possibility. And C. Taylor says, my Apple Watch settings can be different or the same as my iPhone or computer. I can set it independent of any of my other devices, or I can set it up to sync or mirror my iPhone and or my Mac computer. Oh, okay, C. Taylor, thank you. Yeah, see, that makes sense to me because they're all compatible. Like I can do, that's why I work off my 2 iPhones, because I can airdrop stuff in like a second, you know, even large files of videos, I can airdrop them to each other. Oh yeah, those are so beautiful. Hey Jude. Very different, you know. I don't know if they're the exact same. I don't believe they are, but they're very similar. The guy that's in the black hoodie, he looks to be wearing some non-skid shoes that any, you know, servers would wear. But that other guy, he's not. He's wearing just regular street shoes. And if you work in a kitchen and things, they usually make you wear the non-skid. If you even step in the kitchen, they want you wearing a non-skid. Adam Forever 21 says, I wonder if there was toys in the landfill of his. That's a really good question, especially because we know that sometimes his toys would get, you know, thrown in the trash. Because it is quite a long booth. Not everybody can reach back there. Casey says, I think she left her phone. And you know, that's very possible. Of it, I really do. And I could be wrong. It's just part of a theory, you know, a working theory that I've had. Just why the Texas Roadhouse. It's just strange. And, oh, sorry about that. Let's see. Hindsight says, allegedly the guy with the blue gloves is a temp worker of the Texas Roadhouse. Right. Okay. Yeah. And see, he looks like more of a worker than this yellow jacket. It's just weird what is the yellow jacket doing there? He just kind of came off the street. Now he's got a picture of Sebastian, allegedly, in my opinion. And then he's over there, won't touch the bell with his fingers, which is also suspicious. And then he doesn't take away any food. If I saw him take away food, I would feel so much better about it. Yeah, and I mean, it's not a far-fetched theory. Yellow Jacket is much taller than CP, so it's not him. No. Oh gosh, no. And you know, people think it's a man named Richard Bishop, but I'm not 100% convinced. But I did grab some stills of him real quick, you know, just to kind of get a closer look. It's just so hard to tell with that mask. You think it was a black napkin, not her phone, see, Taylor, see? And it's just so hard to tell, you know? Um, KP, CP, and Sebastian. Where loves horses. I've never seen a pair of Chris's shoes that looked similar to what they were wearing that last or that night, excuse me, to similar to what they were wearing that night, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist, right? Because there's a lot of things I haven't seen. The Vans. See, I think he was wearing like a New Balance. In my opinion, when I looked close, I tried to zoom in as much as I could. And it seems to be like an N. I also know, well, we all know Nike too is an N logo. But so is New Balance. And then it looks to me upon closer review that Katie's are just a little bit different, but they're this, you know, not the same brand, but they look similar. And the last part is edited out. Brandy and Indy says, yeah. And see, that's what's so hard. I wish we had the full interaction, the whole thing, even if it was like an hour, you know, which I think it was close. It's like 45 minutes, I think, or so. But then even so, even with the green hoodie stuff, it might be about an hour then. In hindsight says Yellow Coat allegedly was said to be Uber Eats, but I'm not in agreement with that in my opinion. I can't be either. I can't be either, hindsight. And the reason why is because he doesn't take any food away. And he also doesn't seem to kind of fit in with the flow of the workers. When we watch the other workers, they all look like they kind of know their role, what they're supposed to be doing, right? They're serving food, they're taking away empties, they're, you know, just doing the regular things that you do throughout dinner service. He definitely looks out of place with the yellow jacket, right? Obviously, he's super out of place with that. But then also, it's just the interactions in the restaurant that just make me believe that he was not a worker there. And I don't know, he could have been asking questions. It was so busy. That's another thing that I remember from being a server is that on a Sunday night dinner service at that hour, it is very, very, very busy, right? There's a whole bunch of people coming in and out. You're just trying to turn tables. You're trying to be friendly and make sure that you're getting at them everything they need, their drinks, their, you know, food, their order, blah, 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 you know, appetizers, whatever it is. And it just seems like everybody's in that hustle and bustle besides this man. He sticks out like a sore thumb, in my opinion. And it's just, it doesn't seem like he knows the flow of what he's supposed to be doing, not like a regular restaurant worker would. And he also doesn't seem to have any type of interactions with people where it looks like they know who he is, especially like upon second, third, millionth review. You know, it just looks to me that he's just kind of wandering around, which is not a good thing, right? Because what's he doing? Oh, KP and Sebastian were the same size. Thanks, loves horses. Yeah, that's another reason why I was thinking that maybe she switched shoes with him at some point. Um, yes, exactly. That was my thought process. And Robiani says you can't see behind the door when he holds it and talks to the yellow jacket guy. So who knows if he said, "Hey, I left my phone," and he asked the server, he gave it to him. That's a really good point, Robiani. Thank you for that. Yeah, so he could have been doing just that, like, "Hey, I left my phone in there. Can you go check?" Absolutely. And that would kind of throw everybody off too, right? Because they're in the general flow of the dinner service. And if he's needing somebody to take away from what they're doing, stop what they're doing and look for his phone, I mean, that's a great distraction. Thank you. And Brandy and Indy says she had a black cloth napkin in her lap that she left on the table, I thought. It wasn't there when the busboy entered in my opinion. Yeah, she definitely had a napkin because at first I was like, and I don't know what I was thinking because of course, that's what we do is we put our napkin on our lap, right? But I was thinking, is she wiping her pants? But then I was like, oh no, she does have a napkin, but it was kind of um you couldn't really see it, until a little bit later. So yes, she definitely had a black cloth napkin. Yes. And Poppy says, I thought the bus person was cleaning the different little black drink menu. Not sure. It's a phone. So I don't think at least this bus person has anything. Yeah, I really don't think that he has anything to do with it. I don't. I just think it was kind of weird that it seemed like he had sat down for a second. But then it's also possible that he just didn't want to lean over the table and clean it or something like that. So he kind of gets in the booth because he is kind of like kneeling in there too. Um, Trishy says, hindsight, I don't think so either. Was the phone in the napkin? See, possibly. It could have possibly been in the napkin too. And it would be easy kind of to disclose from the camera with it being in the dark napkin. And C. Taylor says, doesn't the other guy end up letting the yellow jacket in though? I'm forgetting what happens after this part of the video. I don't think he lets him in. I think they're just standing like in the doorway. From what I can remember, but you guys can help me out because I'm not sure either. Thinking back, I just think that the door opening was kind of in the way of the camera, of our view from the camera. Yeah, exactly, Judy. If they were Uber Eats or DoorDash, where's the food? Exactly. I know you said you don't believe him to be that. Yeah, no, if I had saw like one bag of food, I was just hoping he had like something like cheese sticks, or I don't know that I don't think they have cheese sticks there, but if they did, something, if he brought something away, then I would say, okay, he's a patron. He just, he was kind of awkward, but he definitely ordered food. Um, you know, the shoes are confirmed New Balance. Thanks. Hey, Jude. Yes. Thank you so much. I could kind of tell like the logo, but it's hard because sometimes they change them up and stuff like that. Um, Yeah, they're always in street clothes, Robini, exactly. Yeah, DoorDashers just kind of wear their own regular clothes. Oh, I'm sorry, I knew what you meant. Thank you. Yeah, you do DoorDash and they just wear their street clothes. Yeah, they just kind of pick food up and they don't linger around. They're very fast, right? So when you order it, they go there and they pick it up when it's ready, and then because a lot of times what it is, or it was years ago when I worked in the food service too, it was like, you got an order online and then the ticket would come up, right? And they would make the ticket, and then there's a whole other group of people that handle all of that. Not the servers don't typically, especially in a larger restaurant. But yeah, you would think that go window, or if he had like a curbside where he wanted to pick it up at the window, that's also a possibility, but we didn't see that either. So it's just so strange. Hindsight says, yes, Judy, exactly. And Brandy and Indy says, Yellow Coat didn't take any food with him when he walked off screen when black sedans circled the lot, and the Yellow Coat stares at the car. The car pulls off in the direction the car goes and followed KP allegedly, in my opinion. Well, and that's what kind of made us look at this Tiguan, right? A little bit too, because it's a darker kind of let's see, where do I have it? It's darker, and I'm sorry I didn't pull it in the other picture because I have another picture of it, but you can kind of see that aerial shot. I don't think it was quite that one, but it's another darker colored vehicle that kind of belongs over with the Foot Clan people, you know. Um, and give me 1 second here. Hey, Juicy Tulip. Hey, Samantha. Samantha says yellow coat guy walked out in front of them and turned and looked when green hoodie and Katie were interacting. Okay, yeah. So, um, they both, yeah, both of the guys did. So it was the yellow jacket man and the black hoodie man, we'll call them. They both looked, and they both were kind of staring at the interaction. Something was going on, and we couldn't figure out, of course, because there's no sound on it, but like, was something loud going on? Was the interaction so loud that they looked over there, and or what, were they part of the interaction? It kind of makes me wonder now that Dog has put out this video and wants us to kind of focus in on that green hoodie still, uh in my opinion. So yeah, the whole interaction is weird. Well, here's a picture of the yellow jacket guy up close, right? And that was kind of looking like that one guy, Bishop, but I couldn't really tell. It was hard to tell. And Juicy Tulip says maybe Yellow Jacket is a kind of a distraction for what's going on between KP and Green Hoodie. That's a good possibility, Juicy Tulip. And, it's hard to tell what he's really doing there, because he's just kind of roaming around, and he's definitely a part of the action. Just what is he doing? And in my opinion, I do think that looks like a picture of Sebastian on his phone. And Lil Redo says, also wonder why Sebastian would let someone carry him out of the house. Could he not walk? Was he not awake, or was he knocked out? Just questions. Yeah, I think those are valid questions, because, Sebastian was a very independent child, in my opinion, from what we've heard from Seth, and what even some of the things that Katie has said, and Chris has said about Sebastian, is that he was growing up, right? His voice was changing. He wasn't, you can't really, I can't really picture him giving permission to be being carried, right? So it does make me wonder what kind of state he was in when he left the house, in that manner. And hindsight says, same as we can't tell what the girl with the pink sweater asks him, then he brings her something to the door. Yeah, and see, that's another thing that's just so weird. He just seems out of place, but also he seems to be getting away with being right in the mix of everything. Um, and the more that I look at him closer, like with this shot, it does kind of look like he's got a grayish hair, similar to that man, Richard Bishop. I will say that. Juicy Tulip, it's interesting. Hey Jude says, hey Harry, good to see you. Harry says yes. Harry says yellow jacket guy is a real estate lawyer from Pennsylvania, is what I heard. Yes, the Richard Bishop gentleman. Yes, and that's what we were talking about him, because we thought it was very possible that he could. They do bear a resemblance. It's just that darn mask that's so hard to tell. And Butter Biscuit says, I wish Yellow Jacket would at least speak out and say, leave me the F off something if he isn't involved. That's what I would do, Butter Biscuit, but it's so weird, isn't it, that he hasn't, and that, nothing has come out about any of that. It's really strange. Yeah, I find it really strange. Something's not right about it, Samantha. I agree. I agree. And Judy says, that's what I heard too. Something Bishop picture even matched. I mean, very similar, Judy. I know, in my opinion, it's very similar. And it's just odd, because the Pennsylvania lawyer, what is he doing at the Texas Roadhouse? Um, and Juicy Tulip says, yes, hey Jude, because they're wearing bright colors as opposed to green hoodie. Yeah, and I mean, Juicy Tulip, I forget who said something about that the other day, but I kind of chuckled, because I thought, that's so true. he's wearing bright yellow. I mean, he's wearing bright yellow, right? And it's just kind of strange that you would think you would wear darker colors if you weren't trying to stand out so much, especially it's a busy time, and that just makes him stick out like a sore thumb. No food also makes him stick out like a sore thumb. Um, Brandy and Indy says, see Taylor, not what I'm aware of. His eye contact was watching the black car intently. The car pulls off the screen and then yellow coat walks in that direction. KP has left, but dog said they were followed. Oh, he did say they were followed. See, Brandy, I didn't see that. It's too much of a coincidence, Samantha said. I agree, Samantha, I agree. And Forrest says it looks like something is in the napkin, the way she moves it. Okay, yeah. As if she's kind of careful about the way she's moving the napkin. And Juicy Tulip says it's thinking outside the box, right? Or Hey Jude says Juicy Tulip, it's thinking outside the box, and we really have to, you know. Adam Forever 21, not to my knowledge, they didn't confiscate Yellow Jacket's phone. You know, and it's like such a long time has gone by now, you know, over a year, and it makes me wonder if they have a missed opportunity with this guy, in my opinion, you know, because it's just like, I mean, he could have gotten rid of that phone and it would have been like nothing, you know. Harry, it's not him, resemblance, but not him, in my opinion. Yeah, I wonder about it too, hindsight, because I see a resemblance, but then I don't want to be like, yeah, that's definitely him, because I'm not sure. I don't think so either. You know, honestly, I just don't. Brandy and Indy says, Momming It Up just did a video about the YouTuber in the woods that could be Yellow Coat. Check out later. Oh, okay, I will. I love Momming It Up. We love Momming It Up. She's our friend here. Good. I will look at that. I will look at that, definitely. Where did this Richard Bishop character info come from? A lot of people have been talking about him, and I believe the person who initially brought him into the picture, just that I saw, was a creator named Vegas Lady, I believe. That's when I started hearing about Richard Bishop. Yeah, I hope so too, Samantha. I hope Dog or Ellie noticed that. Time is money, Robini, that's for sure. Especially like on a busy night, you know, because you're trying to get people in. You don't want people having to like wait in line and getting backed up and stuff like that. So everybody's moving quick in a restaurant on a Sunday dinner service. And Trishy says, hindsight, thank you. I'm glad someone is researching this. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think it's important for us to really examine the stuff that comes out. And I know that sometimes you know, you all might look and say, oh no, Lady Freedom's going to talk about this again. But it's important because it's like, there's so much going on that I think that if we don't look at every little aspect of it, it will, you know, it'll come back to bite our butts if we don't look at it, you know. So hindsight says Brandy and Indy, his head shape is off, but close. Yeah, and see, and that was another thing. I was paying attention to his hair. I was trying to pay attention even to like his glasses, like the framing on his glasses, and I just couldn't see those deeper connections or similarities. So thank you, Hey Jude. Yeah, I just couldn't. I didn't make the connection. It doesn't mean it's not there. You know what I mean, guys? So I don't want to, you know, go against what other people, you know, are seeing, because I want everybody to make up their own opinions, but I can't connect the dots completely there, which, I mean, they're very close. But I need to see more to make a different decision. And Brandy and Indy says, did KP leave the napkin and someone not show grabs Oh, someone not shown. Oh, not shown, excuse me. Grab the napkin before the busboy cleans the table. You know, that's possible, but I don't see anybody else go up to the table. Even the server seems like that interaction was done, and Katie paid with the POS, point of sale. And see, Taylor says Brandy and Indy both yellow jacket, and the other employee both stare in that direction, though, right? So does yellow jacket continue staring after the other guy goes back inside? Oh, let me see. Do I have that completely in here? Let me see which one that would have been. hair. Like his hair is super white. Let me play this one, the first one. you know, it's hard. It's hard because we just don't have we have very little confirmation, right, from law enforcement, so it's very difficult. And also, I don't think a lot of this information was necessarily supposed to be leaked out, and but we have the pleasure of being able to see this and kind of go over it, so I'm really grateful for it. It's just it's very difficult to decipher what we're seeing at certain points. Thank God the views that we're seeing even outside of the restaurant are very crisp and clear compared to some of the footage that we could be seeing, like all grayscale or, you know, things like that. I don't believe we would be able to pick up as much as we're seeing if it wasn't like that. So um wait, what says lady, I saw a clip today of Sebastian on the other side of the hedges walking toward the right. Oh, okay. Where did you see it, if you don't mind saying? Wait, what? And Poppy Love says, hindsight, I thought that too, but uh, Jean, Jean, sorry, Jeannie Chrissy says hello, or the yellow jacket is him, if I remember right. I'll go back and look. I thought he looked older and wasn't sure either. Yeah, and Dog even mentioned part of the route. Do you remember? See, and there's 3 different routes. Oh, Love in Vegas. That's right, Love in Vegas. Okay. There's 3 routes that actually will go. One's a highway route, and the other 2 are kind of like a back way. Um, you know, they're not like back roading by any means, but they're kind of a back way. Um, and Brianna's World says, yes, after I seen the video of Mom and I put out, does absolutely look like Yellow Coat guy. Is very interesting. Okay, I got Mommin and Love in Vegas. Um, Love from Vegas. But remember that lady says Richard Bishop took her house, so she has a vendetta against him. Just saying. Oh, okay. So there's some beef between them. Vegas lady made that weird ass video claiming they stole her house. Okay, Loretto, you guys, you guys, I have no idea. And now I'm gonna have to go look. I'll be down that rabbit hole. If there's former beef, it's kind of hard. It does make it hard, right? Because, you know, anybody, if they're upset with somebody, they might say something. If there's, yeah, see that's hard. Maybe Chris was with the guy and was at the house. And see, that's another thing too. We still don't know about Chris's whereabouts. We still don't know about other family members in the Foot Clan, right? Mom ended up does not claim it's Attorney Bishop. She believes it could be a different person, possibly. Okay, so she might think it's a different person. I'll look out for that. I'm not sure who it is. Honestly, yeah, we're all speculating because I can't even tell you. Um, I can't even tell you who it is, you know. The poker game has seemed to be lost in my honest opinion. Yes, I believe so too. I think there's more to the poker game. I do. I do. I just don't have enough to kind of push myself to like present it in a way where I just don't know about it. I don't know everything about it. I wish I had more information. The information that I do have is questionable on the sources. So that's why I'm a little bit hesitant, maybe even a little bit more like why I am so hesitant to kind of bring it all up. Allegedly, Sebastian was playing with or using, I can't even say he's playing with it, right? Because he's 15, he's using a computer, a laptop, and he got into trouble. Now we know he wasn't supposed to be using technology, so did he get in trouble for that? Just for using it, or did he get in trouble for something he accidentally saw on there? There's a lot to speculate on, you know, and so Yeah, and see, yeah, all of those elements could be present. But I think, Poppy, it's just so hard. Um, yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what's really difficult in this case, hindsight, is because we could entertain a lot of stuff. I agree that, you know, maybe doesn't have anything to do, or maybe it has a little bit of truth here and there. Anybody that could hurt Sebastian is an awful person, in my opinion. And so it wouldn't have to go even as far as like the other evil doings or things that they may be into. Um, it's just like them just doing something to him is evil enough, in my opinion. And then also, it is very hard. I try to, if I have something to present to you all, I want to have like something to back it up. Like, this is why I think this. So I'm really hesitant about all of that as well. Um, And Adam Forever 21 says, yes, a lot of sloppy investigation, in my opinion. They should have never treated it as a runaway. So sad. Yeah. Well, and I think, in my opinion too, and it is very, very sad. It is. It's frustrating because I feel like they could have, well, let me back that up. I think that they should have and always should exhaust every option, right? If you say that you're going to leave no stone unturned, then that is what you should do. And you shouldn't just go for only one um, thought process, right? There needs to be several working, in my opinion, especially when we look back and we see the type of environment that Sebastian was in. It's very apparent that there was a lot going on there, and there was a lot that he could have that could have happened to him as a result of all of that. Yeah, I understand that, Lil Redo. I do. My fear is that it's all misinformation to keep everyone looking over there instead of looking at them. Right, right. And I understand that too. And I think that, even toward the beginning, when Seth was trying to kind of be a united force with the other members of Sebastian's family, like his mother and his stepfather, it just didn't work out that way, right? Because there was too much resistance. There was too much um, non-communication, right? Not just miscommunication. It was not communicating at all. And so that was very, very frustrating. And I do agree that now it's like, don't say anything too bad, but the facts are the facts, right? So there were a lot of things that were happening and that did happen that, when we hear about it, we're like, oh no, that is completely awful. Like, what has happened, right? And so, yeah, yeah. I would love to know what happened at the poker game, Brianna. I would too. And the fact that nobody wants to ever come out is very frustrating in this case too, because you know, um, there should be people that are willing to come out and talk, and especially after a whole year, and say, this is what had happened there, just to kind of put some things to rest. But we never really get that, right? We're always told that we're going to get that, and let me put this to rest, and here, let me help you out with that, and let me make it crystal clear. But we've yet to get anything that is solid or crystal clear, or something that we could really wrap our brains around and say, okay, that makes sense, right? It never happens. It's very unfortunate. um uh Tracy says, love how we are all able to share ideas here, sleuthing and hypothesizing. Thanks for letting us share in here. Well, yeah, definitely. And thank you for sharing in here, guys. I really appreciate it because, like I said, it's difficult, as it is for me, as it is for you guys, because I know a lot of you out there are sleuthing hard, to try to find answers. And um, there's certain things that would lead you to believe in a certain way, or um, lead you to say, well, no, that can't be true. So it's always a good thing to bring in all these ideas. um, And Hey Jude agrees with Brianna's world. And Baba Rose says, I went back and watched I went back and watched the busboy picked up a napkin. Yeah, see, and that's the thing, and that would be like a totally normal thing, right? Like some people would be like, well, goodness sakes, he picked up a napkin. It's like, yeah, he picked up a napkin. He's supposed to do that, but then again, what is in the napkin? So it's very strange. It's very strange. Thanks, hindsight. Thank you. Yeah, and you guys are all just so smart. All of your answers make me think too, and that's what's important because like I said, I might be down a totally different rabbit hole, and I'm sitting here thinking one thing, and then you guys might say something and makes me think of something else, and I'm like, okay, well maybe that wasn't right, or maybe it solidifies it more what I was thinking. So I mean, it's just always great to bounce ideas around. It looks like her phone, Casey77 says. Allegedly got trouble. Well, and that's the thing. Yeah, what did he see? Rob Beanie says, yeah. And he was just always allegedly in trouble, And even when they were doing initial interviews, they're like, well, he wasn't in trouble this time. And just the fact that they said that made me think, well, gee whiz, when wasn't he in trouble? So that just is, yeah. Trisha says, Rob Beanie, that's a scary thought. Oh, good. Brianna's World. That's wonderful. Thanks, guys. I enjoy having you guys all the time. Um, C. Taylor says, Little Redo. Okay, now that makes more sense. Why this theory may have evolved just doesn't make sense at all. That a PA attorney is at the Texas Roadhouse doing this, etc. Yeah, it doesn't. I just can't make a connection there. If I could, oh my gosh, I'd be so excited because I'd be like, we got it. I think this is why, and I would let you guys know, and you could tell me what you thought. But it's just so hard. And Forrest says, thanks, Poppy Love. That's what she said. The napkin is still there, Brandy and Indy says. And see, it didn't look like he was like pulling anything from underneath of the napkin and kind of slipping it into his sleeve or anything like that, because it's hard with the long sleeves. Poppy says one of the men Jeannie mentioned lives in Nashville, possibly Sumner County area, was possibly at the Friday night poker game, and he could be the one who CP gets info. Sebastian is CP paid for Sebastian. Okay, I see. So that makes a little bit more sense of somebody living closer in the area. Yeah, Juicy Tulip says even the person going in the door noticed something and lingered a little bit longer than usual. There's a lot of that lingering going on here, which really makes me question things. Why are they just kind of hanging out? Green hoodie too. Um, I mean, that theory is sticking out a lot to me too, Casey. The yellow coat probably said I left a phone inside. It looks like this has anyone seen it, and that's why there's a picture of Sebastian. Yeah, but the weird thing is how would he have gotten it? Because he does sit over on the other side. It's just bizarre. Wait, what says yes, that Sebastian was not happy at the bowling alley. And see, I would love to see that footage. What was going on at the bowling alley? Did he get upset because he lost a game? Or, you know, did he and Katie get into like a smack talking, match, but then it kind of went too far and Sebastian got upset, or, something to that effect. Katie won and she was talking smack, that like how they do, and maybe it went a little bit too far. Sometimes that's what happens when we smack talk each other, right? Sometimes it goes a little bit too far and then someone's feelings get hurt, right? Especially if you're smack talking with a 15-year-old. That's bound to happen. And Harry says CP's mom is in real estate and wealthy. lawyers in real estate would probably have connections, etc. In my opinion, yeah, that is one connection that I did see, was a real estate lawyer or attorney, um, but all the way in Pennsylvania. See, that's hmm. Hey, Anne, good to see you. You're not late. You're fine, girl. You're fine. And Crafting and True Crime says, did a yellow coat go to the bathroom? Maybe left something in there for Green Hoodie. Yeah, Crafting and True Crime. That's one thing that we were kind of trying to speculate on too, was something left in the bathroom, because hindsight said that there was a community bathroom, like sort of a family bathroom, where, if you have a little one, you can take them in there and it's mom or dad can bring them in. Um, and Adam Forever 21 says, I thought the thing on the table was an order phone. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. It is Adam Forever 21. It's one of those like little point of sale systems where you can kind of pay your bill. I think you can even order on them too. Some of them you can anyway. Hey, Holly S. Wasn't a normal dinner. Exactly, exactly. I agree with that too. There was points of like clear tension that you could see um, during the dinner. Yeah. Crafting and True Crime. She's always working on art and listening to the show. And Love Horses says supposedly she took pictures at the bowling alley, and when he went missing and Seth got to her house and she shoved the picture in his face and said he's happy, allegedly. Yes. So Seth talks about how once when he got to the house, he showed, or Katie's showing him the phone, like, here, I'll just use my phone, but like kind of, look, he's happy, he's happy. I used to have a sticker there, guys, so it's a little bit, but it's not sticky or anything. But yeah, see, he's happy, kind of a thing. And Seth was like, I found that to be really weird, because why would she be like shoving her phone in my face and saying that, like she was trying to over explain the situation, or trying to make him think something, like right off the bat, right? That it was odd, and that he had an odd feeling about it. So absolutely, yes, Love Horses. Yeah, yes, I can't. Yeah, I can't stand seeing that car drive away with Sebastian. Yeah, yeah. I don't think anybody did drive away with him at the roadhouse. It's just odd that somebody was following behind. Um, and Adam Forever 21 says it's not a phone for orders and she left it there. Wow, that's really sus. Yeah, I mean, it's really weird. Um, and I think there were multiple phones at play here. There would have to be for the theory to work, but more so just for them to be so much communication. And um, oh, there's Poppy Love. They're thinking maybe Sebastian for a private adoption. Okay, not sure why an attorney, but if he's the same person as Gene Chrissy has said, attorney or not, he uses his attorney. That's interesting too, Poppy. Thank you for that. Love Horses says Seth said he looked sad, like a 15-year-old dropped off at Chuck E. Cheese. Right, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. That was on Josh, on the lab. Yep. I know. I hate Jude. It breaks my heart too. Hardly can watch it. It is. It's so sad. It is so sad. And it's just the last we have, Um, after KP left. Yes. Yeah. I'm not sure about the phone. Um, I'm just not sure about it. I'm just thinking it might be, that it really could be. And Crafting in True Crime says, just thinking about, or excuse me, just thinking out loud again, but what if one of these people is an attorney, like mentioned? And so, and if so, CP and KP were seeing meeting with them to give meds or stuff to them for Sebastian, no one would notice. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just weird that they would do it in a public place, but that doesn't, it's just, Yeah, there's just something about the Roadhouse. Yeah. Yeah, wait, what? I agree with that. I think Sebastian knew something bad was going on, and then also him watching his mother with the green hoodie, just really intently, like, watching her. Um, it was also weird how he was about to go to that other car, and then they changed the trajectory, and he walked around the ashtray. All of that is very weird. It's all very weird. Oh, I know. Hey Jude. Hey Jude says, I know this is weird, but when that car drives away with Sebastian, it makes me want to cry. He's never seen again. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and it's just awful. It's just awful. Um, because yeah, he is. I mean, that's the last time we see him. I mean, and Brianna says, crafting in true crime, it's a possibility. You could be right. And Crafting in True Crime says, or if they were playing, excuse me, or if they were paying an attorney or something, it can look like something it's not, or anything like that. I don't know, just saying. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these are strong possibilities, you know. I don't know, love horses. I don't know. I don't know. And Anne says, I've been praying about this ever since we talked last, and seeing this, I think it's someone in the family that has Sebastian Rogers. And, you know, I know that they said they thoroughly checked, but, you know, it's still, there's still a lot of possibilities when it comes to access to properties and things like that. And Crafting in True Crime says, I hope the woman in this video heard or saw something she can pass on. Yeah, or maybe the waitresses or something. I don't know how they wouldn't be following the case, but some people don't follow true crime, so they don't know. But I would hope someone would come forward. I really do hope someone does. Adam Forever 21 says, me too, Jude, rips my heart away. I lost a son at 21. It really gets to me, my heart. Don't even know how Seth can cope. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Adam Forever 21. My goodness. So yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so it's so difficult to even fathom what Seth is going through. But you know, everybody out there that's lost a child before, it should never happen that way. Never, ever, ever. You know. Um, so I'm so sorry. And Casey says Texas Roadhouse typically uses paper napkins. I think it kind of depends. You know, I remember going to Texas Roadhouse. It's been such a long time. But I do remember them using the cloth. I'm almost positive they did. Um, but you know, most of the time you need a kind of extra napkins, because you'll put the cloth one in your lap and then you'll be using like the paper napkins. Um, so yeah, it's hmm. Mm. In hindsight, agrees with Anne too. And Poppy Love says the men that Jeannie Chrissy have named have also been corrupt with real estate. The attorney knows how to get around the system to cheat people, and Jeannie is trying to get LE FBI to help her. That's really good. That's really good. And like I said, I know we've been sending, I know Hindsight did, and I did. We've been sending them, you know, what we found. So, um, yes. Hey, Jude, me too. And Forrest says there's a lot of info on Love in Vegas, a few videos that are interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check. I know I keep saying that, and then it's like I haven't really checked them out um, as well as I would have liked to. So Halia says, I wish people would brush Jeannie off as crazy. You never know. Yeah, or shoot that what they wouldn't. Yeah, and you know, I don't think she's crazy at all. I just haven't had a lot of time to kind of review her like theories and things like that. But I know there's some people that I mean, you guys have been telling me that I need to go over and watch, you know, so um Yeah, I do. I think so too, Holly S. In my opinion, it's so ridiculous. He's wearing short sleeves and no jacket. Everybody else seems to be, pretty bundled up in terms of just other patrons in there. Katie's got a hoodie. I agree, Holly. I agree. Um, so does Wait What? Brandy and Indy says Texas Roadhouse uses black cloth napkins for rolling silverware, and they have the little white square like drink coaster like napkins as well. Yes, thank you. That's what I was thinking too. Like I remember having to unroll, um, because they put like a fork and a big steak knife in there, right? Um, and Brianna's World says KP has never protected Sebastian. Sorry, but it's the truth. Everything bad happened to Sebastian was always on KP's watch, such as the SA, the abuse from CP, and now he's disappeared on her watch. I agree with that, Brianna's World. I do. And I know that, we don't like to talk bad about moms and stuff, and that's what's really, really hard. Hey, Jude, Halia, she could be crazy and right. Exactly. And maybe what she's figured out is making her crazy. I know that happens a lot with us, when we go down these rabbit holes. It's just maddening sometimes to think that this bad stuff could happen, especially to just such a sweet kid like Sebastian. It's just heartbreaking. Not that anybody deserves it, but And Tina Girl says it doesn't look like he's having a great old time to me. No, he doesn't. He doesn't look like he's having a great old time. He looks like nervous, tired, upset. Seth did mention that he looked upset. Can anybody tell me anything about At Night? It doesn't make sense. Like what I'm not as familiar with what they've done in the past. I can say that. With At Night, I know it's a part of Dog's kind of company, right? But to my knowledge, they've just been trying to help find Sebastian and putting out as much information as as they're getting it. Um, and Harry says, Yellow Jacket did not pick food or an order or anything else that I could see. Yeah, me neither, Harry. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not, because if he would have taken away just anything, even a to-go drink, I would have been like, oh, okay, at least you got a soda or pop. Um, no. And Crafting and True Crime says, in my opinion, why would Jeannie continue to speak out with these people's legal names and not shut her down? That's what makes me wonder. Think about it. If they were legit, they would, yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that makes sense to me too. Um, it's weird that no one has come out in this case and said like really anything like, "Hey, it wasn't me," or "I wasn't there," or "I was there." Like it's weird that nobody even says they were there. Um, Bear says, "I don't think she's crazy." Alias. Yeah, and see that's the thing, it's you know, we're all just theorizing here. So it could be nothing, it could be something. Um, at the end of Smiley's world. And I always love going over and watching Smiley. I don't get a chance to get her lives as much, but at the end, I will say, is that her latest? I watched the one video that she put out with the BOLO. Um, put end there. Yeah, I think they have a strategy, but I don't know what it is either. Hey Jude, I know I'm trying to figure out every time they put something out. Now I'm even looking closer into there. Like, what do they want us to see? This time it was a little bit more. Well, even with the green hoodie video that they put out when we reviewed it again. I could tell that they wanted us to focus in on Green Hoodie. And then, of course, we started focusing in on the Yellow Jacket Man again, some of us. And so then it was like, okay, we're focusing in on both of these things. In this video, it really looks to me like the focus should be on Green Hoodie and the table and kind of the interaction with Sebastian, not so much what's going on around, um, but specifically like outside of the restaurant when the Yellow Jacket comes in, and then kind of in relationship to when they're leaving, and then what's kind of going on outside with yellow, or excuse me, with Green Hoodie, and just the kind of everything that's going out on the parking lot when Green Hoodie comes onto the scene and that sort of thing. Um, there's more footage from when this was released, and you can see the street and further on from the camera. In my opinion, it shows where Green Hoodie enters and leaves from. Why park so far away? That's another thing that doesn't make sense to me. If you have to go to the bathroom, especially, as you get older, if you have kids and things like that, it's like, you usually have to go, you have to go. You're not going to be messing around in the parking lot. You're just going to go straight into wherever you were going to use the facility, and then you would just leave, right? She seems to slink around a lot. Hey, Jana, good to see you. And we got Loves Horses says, I read about their organization, but things they are in, they are weird for this case, in my opinion. And I think a lot of it has to do with the rejuvenation of Sebastian's case. I think that's might be why Seth chose At Night too, because they're private intelligence, so they're gonna dig deep into the stuff. And then we also have Dog, who is very well known, and I think it was just kind of to get more momentum. You know what I mean, in the case. So. And Brandy and Indy said, we need to go back to what Dog and At Night posted from the last fall and include this information as well, in my opinion. Yeah, that is very true. Kind of all of it as it's going along. Hey, Carla, good to see you. And Hindsight says, in my opinion, Dog is heading in a direction with these clips that shows many things people should look at, in my opinion. I agree. I agree with that. I do. I think that he's trying to show us stuff within the videos, and I think he wants us to re-examine some of the things that he's showing us, right? I really do believe that. Hey, Vic, good to see you. Good to see you. In my opinion, he could have been talking to KP relatives online. That's true. Well, and we know that he was in contact with them for sure, Trishy. So that's a great point. And Holly S says Janine is going on and on about Facebook, but I don't understand what he's saying. Yeah, and see, I need to go on Facebook and kind of sleuth around more over there, because I haven't in a while. Maybe Chris got rough with Sebastian in front of witnesses at the poker game. That is a strong possibility. I mean, I wonder where Sebastian got that mark on the bruising on his neck from. That always really bothers me, because it's very aggressive, for one. It could take someone's life. We know that didn't happen at the poker game, but it's very aggressive, right? And it's a very personal type of attack, in my opinion. Thank you, Holly. Yes. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to need to check more into her for sure. I am. Yeah. C. Taylor says, hey, Jude, it's so very sad to think about it. And Sebastian's last known public sighting, proof of life. It has to be so heartbreaking for Seth. I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. And he's doing a great job. I mean, I admire anybody that can go through that kind of pain and then keep on going. I really do. He's advocated for Sebastian, and that's exactly what parents have to do. It's so important. It's so, so very important. And that's just even if your kiddos have something small going on, even if it's just, hey, I believe that that my kiddo needs to be in this class, you know what I mean? And you go down to the school and you talk to their counselor, and you're like, you believe in your kid, that's what parents do, that's what good parents do. And Hey Jude says, so Sebastian could have told X, Y, and Z and saw Chris put hands on him. Right. Exactly. And he had a voice. Sebastian used his voice. It fell on deaf ears, but he used his voice. he wasn't afraid to talk. He wasn't afraid to advocate for himself, which is fantastic. But I wish that he didn't have to be the only one doing that, and he wouldn't have been if his dad was aware. I believe that wholeheartedly. And Trishy says, heartbreaking to watch Sebastian so sad at Texas Roadhouse. How does KP say that he was in a good mood? Right. I don't see it either. I don't see it either, Trishy. Because we've seen his smile. His smile is so big and bright, and when he's happy, he's happy. And it's very noticeable. I didn't see him smile not one time. And maybe I missed one, but he seemed very stressed out, in my opinion. Um, and Sammy said, "Don't read out loud, Sebastian." Oh, sorry. What? My bad. Computer. What else? Yeah, I do remember about the bullying, and it's always made me wonder. It's always made me wonder. Adam Forever 21 says, "Yeah, it's like." What's the big secret? The alibi to the mom and the alibi to the stepdad. I don't know what the big secret is. I really don't. If if they were to show some of the data off of the of Katie's, what would hurt the case is my question too. If they were to just to say, look, this is what Katie's whereabouts were, right? Um, it wouldn't hurt anything because she doesn't have anything to do with it, right? But then again, it's the same thing with Chris, but they refuse. Why can't they just show it and say, look, this is where he was? There's a YouTuber out there that I respect, and they supposedly spoke with Chris's, coworkers, employer, and where he said he was supposedly staying, and that didn't match up. So, and Holly's hindsight says Holly S. I had to put captions on and slow it down to get all she was talking about. Personally, don't fit my thoughts, but that's just me. Yeah, and there's so much speculation that there's always going to be things like that. Where we're like, well, I believe this, or I agree here, or I disagree, and it's all good. It's all good. We're just trying to figure it out. Um, I was out for a while. I had some bad Chinese food. Oh no, you got food poisoning, Vic? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's the worst. Cause I know I love all kinds of different food, and like it just yeah, it could turn you off though, getting sick from it. Well, I'm glad you're back. And Forrest says, I wonder who shut off the security payment, also who shut off the cell phones in February after CP left the house. That's a really great question, because I did hear of that happening. So yeah, that is a great question. Yeah, troubles were related to untreated trauma of SA. I agree with that, Sammy. Aw, thanks guys for supporting our Vic. Yeah, Adam Forever One says exactly, Forrest. And Carla says, I'm late trying to catch up. Oh, no worries, Carla. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. And Psychic Amelia, good to see you. Still a bit messy, but getting better. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. Aw, thanks, C. Taylor. Thank you so much. Yes. And I will have that video out today, guys. I promise. I just want it to be I want it to flow really nicely. So I'm still working on well, I did all the voiceover, but I'm working on a kind of a video to go with it. So it'll be visually kind of pleasing too. And I stole a couple of really good photos. So and Brianna says, shame on the ones that don't speak up and tell what happened to Sebastian or where he is. Somebody knows he just didn't go missing out of his bed in the middle of the night, in my opinion. No, I don't believe so. I think that the cameras would have definitely picked it up if somebody had gone into the house somehow, or um, yes, we did see that, or I did, Love Horses, the Bumble date, right? And CP just can't help himself. He will flirt right in front of everybody at a at a courthouse, with one of the people that Court TV sent over. I mean, and I don't mean to laugh, but it's just kind of funny how he would just like do that right in front of everybody. And I mean, we all heard, what he did on Terry Lynn, and how disrespectful, and just kind of, acting like he's God's gift to women, and well, we should have done this in person. And it's just amazing how he thinks that he can get away with blatantly acting that way is crazy. And hindsight says loves horses. Yes, I did again, but again, it's hearsay, unfortunately, even if the girl was saying it without an affidavit. Yeah, it is. It is hearsay. And that's the thing. It's so hard, or if I would even talk about it. I'll tell you what, I would even talk about it if there was like, you know, a profile, or she sent like the messages that you can send back and forth to each other, on, of their initial meeting. I might entertain it more, but I understand what you're saying, hindsight. And I think that's what really keeps us talking about the more important issues than so much of the hearsay. Because I've done a little bit of that here and there, and I'll always say like allegedly, of course. But it's it's so hard because you just don't want to. I try not to take too much of it at face value unless there's some kind of like evidence or proof of it. Now, with that being said, if someone came into our chat and said that, I might entertain it for a minute, of course, or try to figure out. Sorry, guys, hit my table. I would try to figure it out, right, a little bit. But since they didn't come in and say that here, it's kind of hard. Poppy Love says, I just saw another picture of Richard, and I'll look more at him later and let you know if it's any more to share. Thank you, Poppy. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not saying it's definitely not either. I just can't make a strong enough connection to say heads or tails, really, but I don't, at this juncture, I don't believe it is. Has his son was killed in. Yeah, that's the same person. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Love Horses. Same person that alleges that she went on the date with Chris. That Chris said that his son had passed away, allegedly in a car accident, and that was, kind of, that they had a open situation or marriage, that Chris was, drinking at the bar, and his demeanor flipped, and he started getting kind of mean, right? And just wasn't having it, right? Carla, I'm not sure. I just don't understand why that guy has a picture of Sebastian on there, and then now we're getting information to be on the lookout near the borders, where, that's kind of one direction that maybe children would be trafficked from. And then also thinking about like the ports of entry, right? Just other ports of entry, be on the lookout. Kind of makes me think that there could be an element of trafficking involved. And that's why I would be more keen to explore that option, just because they are doing the investigative work behind the scenes for Sebastian's At Night, or One World is doing that. So yes, thank you. Yes, hindsight, exactly. And I still haven't been able to watch that whole episode either of the live, but they did a great job from what I watched. Um, More to come about that, maybe. Yes, Brandy and Indy. And Carla says, I think Katie was telling Sebastian he was going away because he's him turning CP in for abuse at the school. That's very possible. That is very possible. His demeanor was very much kind of deflated. You know, he seemed like he was very sad after getting some kind of news. And then, you know, Katie's like, why like this? And then she's like this, where you're going to do this, you know, kind of a talking with her hands, in my opinion. You know, it's almost like she was telling him, look, you're going to do this, you know, this is what you're going to do. But I don't know what she could have been telling him that he was going to be doing, right? Um, yeah. And Lil Red says, I don't believe that he was sold or trafficked. He wears a breastplate and has a dangerous head situation. He is too frail for all of that. I think he was going to a boys' home, but KK went into a rage. Well, and see, a lot of people think that there was something that happened that night at the house. There's a lot of people that think that, Little Redo. So, you know, it is one theory, you know, that something happened and you know, KK snapped, right? And Poppy Love says, Lady, I want to send you some pictures of Yellow Jacket and some other things about trafficking. Thank you, Poppy Love. I'm going to look into it because now my interest is peaked in that direction. Not that I'm like, hey, this is the end all be all theory, but it's just something to keep an open mind about, especially because, you know, there's a lot of weird characters at the Roadhouse that night, right? And as I said before, typically you don't see that. You will see people that are coming in, people that, you know, if that yellow man, yellow jacket man would have sat down at the bar and ordered even a soda, like I said, or something, I would think, oh, okay, well, he was just going in there for a drink, you know, but he didn't order anything and he didn't take anything away, and so it's very strange. um did you look at the guy behind CP in court when he went with BHB? Looks like yellow guy to me. Oh, okay. I don't remember, but I will look, Robini. So it was court BHB. Okay, right behind them. It's been a while since I've looked at that one, so I can't say. And Miss Machete says, a little Redo, I agree with your theory. That's what I believe happened as well. Yeah, and see, you know, that also makes sense. There's a few different things here, theory-wise, that I believe could make sense. You know, it's just trying to fit it all into the bigger picture, you know, and yes, Adam Forever 21 says, I and thousands of groups push for our kids murdered by fentanyl to be lab- labeled fentanyl poisoning on a death record since 2023. I am praying for Sebastian to be found. Sebastian's Law. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that there needs to be a law for Sebastian, that we never only look at one aspect when it comes to somebody, a child going missing, you know, and I'd love for it to go doubly for autism, right? Because this is one of the rare cases, in my opinion, that we are seeing that um, he didn't walk off right on his own. He didn't just wander away. He didn't just leave without any shoes on. I mean, heck, there's a picture of him in that big flamingo, and he's wearing water shoes. He's wearing shoes in the water, even. That just speaks volumes to me. Um, and so, yeah, I agree. And I really hope that happens, Adam Forever 21, because I think that it's important for us to document the real reason why somebody has passed away, not just label it as something different. I think we, especially with um, the way that fentanyl has come out and really wreaked havoc on young people, on older people. It's very indiscriminate, right? I've watched people who never did that before get into it. And, you know, lucky they're still here. I've lost people to it. You know, some of the best people I've ever known. And and their life was cut short because of it. So I completely understand. And I'm so sorry. And I hope that you can keep pushing, because it's a very important subject. And like I said, it just takes the best people. And Brandy and Indy says, my theory is that this is premeditated, but something went wrong with the initial plan and Sebastian got hurt. Just my opinion based on things I've seen. Yeah, that is a strong possibility as well. I do believe that, Brandy and Indy, because I am one of the people that thinks it was premeditated. But I also think that there was something that may have happened. I'm starting to kind of wonder about maybe their plan went awry, or maybe someone decided there would be a change of plans, because I have heard that and that makes sense. Um, and hindsight doesn't believe that there was trafficking involved either. Yeah, and see, and that's the thing. I wasn't thinking that on my top list. I think that was like at my very bottom, or toward the bottom. But now I kind of wanted to re-examine it with you all and see what you thought. You know, because it's just so strange, this whole interaction. I can't put my finger on it. There's just something not right. You know, was there a handoff of some kind of rugs? Was there a handoff of a key? The cell phone, you know, the burner phones, all of that is just very interesting to me. And Machete says, Little Redo, I think she kind of knew he might not make it, whatever happened, and she just kind of let him go. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And see, there's some kind of guilt there, and I can't put my finger on whether Katie was directly involved or inadvertently involved as well. Um, well, don't let that happen, love horses. Don't let that happen, because you know what? Where we can see, you know, God or religion or spirituality, you know, in this story, um, is through all the love and all of us coming together and all of us trying to figure this out against that evil. So don't ever let that happen, please. And you know what? It takes a really strong person not to let the world make you bitter, but you have to keep an open mind. And I'm not saying stay positive and the negative. You know, I'm a realist. You know, but in the same way. Don't let it make you feel that way, because there's so much beauty in the fact that we all come together every day like this, you know, or 5 days a week or 6 or whatever. But then we also see it on other channels, and we also see people working together for a common goal, and just caring and praying for Sebastian. We all got to stick together on it, you know. And Forrest says, like she knew he was happy, typical narcissist, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, excuse me, like she knew he wasn't happy, typical narcissist, in my opinion. Yeah, and a lot of it has to do, for me, Forrest, is that it's like she didn't care if her son wasn't happy or not. You know, it was like almost she kind of took joy in that. And I don't think that's something that she always did. According to Seth, she was a good mom. She was attentive at one point. But maybe it was when she met Chris, she flipped. You know, maybe it was hanging around all of those people all the time that were making fun of Sebastian and bullying him around. And she joined in, unfortunately. I know that a mother doesn't typically do that. Most moms, if you say something about their child, they're going to claw your eyes out, you know. But we just see that kind of not happening here, where she almost seems to like join in. Like at the birthday party when Melissa was filming Sebastian talking to his mom privately, like in that moment, I would have said, can you please take the camera off of him, Melissa? He's having an issue right now. We're talking about it. This is not where we film something, right? This is a private conversation with my son and I. And if I didn't do that, I might just even take him over into some place where he had a safe place to talk and where he wasn't going to get filmed. Because in my opinion, her doing that was absolutely wretched. And how dare she? And Sammy says, Seth said he didn't look happy. He had his hands in his pockets and his shoulders were rolled forward. He looked like he was just being dragged from place to place. Yeah, absolutely. And super overstimulating day, right? Just so much going on. So, so much that it kind of made me exhausted. Like, right, you like get up, you eat breakfast, you talk to family, then you go over, you meet more family. Then she took him to a friend's house, and then they go to BJ's, then they come home, they drop off the groceries, then they go out back to the bowling alley, do the arcade, and then after that they go to dinner. And then it's like, ooh, I don't know, I don't think I would have made it past the arcade. I would have wanted to go home, especially on a school night. Harry says, in my opinion, premeditated, not trafficked. Yes. Yes. And I will say this, Harry, part of my theory with trafficking does kind of coincide with a premeditation. Like maybe they deliberately gave Sebastian to somebody. So it does kind of go along with the premeditation, but yeah. Adam Forever 21 says, I agree, hindsight, it resembles more of DV situation covered. Yeah, yeah. And that is one that I can't discount either, because there could have been something that happened that night at the house. It could have been something where CP was so upset about what happened at the poker party that he didn't let it go, and it was still brewing and escalated that night. I mean, I agree with that. Again, we hear a lot about how Sebastian wasn't wanted anymore. They were over his behavior. They wanted him out. Their relationship was very rocky. They were not getting along. It was either him or Sebastian. Everything's being blamed on this young man, and he seemed like the most polite, attentive young man that I have seen in a very long time, especially at 15, when typically that's kind of where you start seeing a lot of rebellion in all teenagers, right? Is just that kind of sweet spot, right? Because they are not far away from getting their driver's license. They're not far away from more independence. And then they're not far away from being of age to make their own decisions at 18. So we do see that kind of progression where they want the independence. They think they know everything, but then they, also don't know everything yet. They're not an adult really, but they're not a kid. It's a very, it's a tricky time. And Brandy and Indy says, a male in allegedly audio that night says, Katie, you really effed this up, in my opinion. Yeah, and see, I wish I was so much better with that audio. I cannot make heads or tails of that audio, guys. Excuse me. And it's something that I probably need to try to listen to over and over again. And Couponing says, Rob Beauty, watch the video. I was looking at the court videos earlier. Yeah, I'm going to go back and watch that one too, and just to see if maybe he's in there. Because somebody mentioned that the other night too. Lil Redo says, Miss Machete, maybe that's a possibility, but I think with all the CPS reports, they can't call in an accident, or they can't call it an accident. No one would believe them. They could only hide the crime. Yeah, and that is very possible, Loretto. I agree. Because anything that happened, it would look weird, right? It would just look weird, especially with everything going on. And we don't know what was in the CPS reports. We know a little bit about what they've told us, what they can tell us. There's also all of those notes from the family counselor. And, I don't know how I feel about those being released. I mean, obviously, me wanting to solve things, I do want to know, to get a better understanding. But then again, I also don't want to jeopardize Sebastian's trust or his confidentiality with, you know, a medical professional or a therapist. Brianna's World says KK said he was happy, but now we find out and see that he wasn't happy, like KK tried to tell Seth. Right, exactly. And that's even more suspicious to me. Why not say, like, hey, you know, we went, you know, we went to this place and everything, but he wasn't really happy. There was an incident that happened, so he wasn't in the best of moods because, you know, maybe she thought that they weren't going to show Seth the footage. Maybe she didn't think Seth was going to go off and hire somebody to find that footage for him. And I know that there's a lot of speculation around what At Night is or is not doing, but just the fact that they were able to get that footage out to us, I think is very important for us to see, like you said, because it looks like Katie lied again, right? Oops, she did it again. She lied again. Lying to Seth, lying to the public. He wasn't even in trouble, but he looked like he was in trouble. He kind of looked like he was having a bad night to me. And, you know, we haven't seen the other footage, so God only knows what was really happening throughout the day. Looking at a menu from BJ's, there is no such thing as a colossal popcorn on their menu. They have a colossal pretzel, but not a colossal popcorn. And so, again, another inconsistency. And Carla says, you know, they sell children on the internet for adoption. I have wondered about that as they don't check out the people buying them. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it makes me wonder. I do think that I would hope somebody would come forward if that did happen, but then again, maybe they've never heard his story before, you know, and that's possible. Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese is for babies. Oh, totally, totally. I agree, Lil Rudd. I think once they're probably, especially with the way technology is now, I would say once they're, you know, probably 6 or 7, Chuck E. Cheese is gonna be their, you know, it's gonna be the last year for Chucky. And then also, you know, there's all these other places, and then we know that Sebastian played very sophisticated games, right? Not only cards, but he also played sophisticated, what do you call it? Video games, right? Because he was able to play like multiplayer games. He was just very well versed in that, so he wouldn't have had a good time at Chuck E. Cheese at all. Um, and Rob Beanie says the first one, I believe, when they said they were going to put them all together. And see, I would like to see all of the footage. And Harry says, I also think Mom was telling Sebastian that he wasn't staying at the house because he had messed up too much. Well, and it looked like he was being scolded, Harry. It did. It looked like he was being scolded, and it looked like he was getting nervous and then upset. You know, I agree. It could have definitely been that, you know, something like that conversation. Yes, Sebastian could tell something could come up in the rug test or toxicology report. Yeah. And Crafting in True Crime agrees with Harry. Little Red says, what if he was a runaway for a little while, then they did a GoFundMe to raise money for the boys' home, and then he could reappear a year later, but something where it went wrong that night. Yeah, it makes me wonder. And you guys could be really right about that something happening that night at the house, you know, from, let's just say, 7 o'clock till, you know, midnight, or, you know, in between those hours, right? Chris and Katie seem to always keep going back to that midnight, you know, which makes me wonder. And then the arms on CP's, or the marks on CP's arms. Yes, Brandy. And a lot of those look like either bite marks or scratches, you know. In hindsight agrees too. Yeah, definitely premeditated. So Seth mentioned the raging alcoholic problem. So did she fly into a rage because she was losing her husband, aka bank account? Right. And that's another strong possibility, right? Because they were supposedly arguing back and forth. And maybe she just thought, well, I need to do something about this once and for all, because he already told me that I have to choose between my child and him. And that's very possible. And like you said, I do think that she enjoyed having both incomes. I think that she wanted more time with just the two of them, you know? Yeah, Psychic Amelia, they are thinking that there's a bunch of people involved. And, you know, I've thought that from, I can't say the beginning, but it was a little bit earlier on. I started thinking, like, how would this have worked, right? And for it to work, there'd have to be more involved, in my opinion, than just Chris and Katie. There'd have to be more involvement from others, you know? It's okay, Little Red. It's fine. You should have seen me in Justin's the other night. I couldn't type to save my life. And I'm like, dang, this multitasking. I was multitasking, and then it shows what happens when I do that. Um, darn typos. Yeah, exactly, Rob Beatty. I know. I was blaming my nails. I'm like, these dang nails, and I'm really used to them, so it shouldn't be a thing. You know, see, and that's the thing, Brandy, is I also, in the beginning when I saw that footage, I was thinking, well, it looks, or the still, I was like, you know, it looks like he's helping, like his arm is around, right? But the more I look, it looks like maybe there's somebody else's face, like right here. And then also, as we were, as you can see in like the other, let's see here, like even in this one, and I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna get behind in the chat now. Um, so let me just go ahead down here. And so you can see that, you know, like my original theory for this enhancement that I did on the left-hand side, you can actually see that the one that says Chris, right? It's the same color as the one that says Katie here. And then you can also see at the very tippy top of the black blanket bag, whichever one it is, right? Because this is all just my perception, my perspective, looks the same. Now, if you'll go over to our Limelight girl, and she did more of a face recognition kind of on this coloration. And you can see that the face is the same, the Katie face is the same, and at the tippy top of that black blanket, you can also see what appears to be a face. Excuse me. So those are the kinds of things that I really kind of try to look for, is those similarities, right? Because it's definitely different. Oh, thank you, Blessed, for that super chat. Thank you very much. I so appreciate that. Let me see. I was going through and I didn't click it in time. How do I get it popped up there? Oh, no, that's Poppy. Oh, did I miss it? Sometimes I'll miss them. Dang, I think I missed that one. Well, either way, guys, it says Blessed sent a $10 super sticker that says pray for Sebastian. Thank you so much. Yeah, and we have to pray for him, guys. He needs us, you know. Yeah, he is a flirt and a half. I will tell you, I've never seen such a flirting guy in my life other than Chris Proudfoot. Oh, there you are, Blessed. Okay. Oh, goody. I found it. But yeah, you know, I've never seen a flirtiness person in my life like this guy. You know, you would think he would stifle it a little bit at the courthouse, you know what I mean? It's like, but no, instead he's sitting there like, hey baby, you wanna, you know, meet later? And it's like, Katie's sitting right there. You know, And Hindsight says, I heard that as well. They retrieved the audio that a female creator that Truth referred to, who played it. She would not say who it was nor where she got it from, only that it was reputable. Oh, the alibi, the drunk man alibi. Okay. Yeah. See Taylor. And and just the how rude he was being too. Like it's so. And we couldn't see him. We couldn't see his demeanor. We couldn't see what he was doing. He could have been drinking that night too. But he was just very the thing that really bothered me about that interaction was that he was really very like flirty one minute, but then the next minute he's like, "Oh, this, that, and the other," like being hateful and mean, and like it's kind of scary. It was kind of scary, right, to hear it, because one second he's over there like, "Oh, we should have done this in person," and being all nice and everything, and then the next minute he's blowing up and raging, and it's like, what in the world? Because you were rejected? Is that why you're like so angry, or you don't like the questions you're being asked? Like, what is this, um and it's just very strange. um yeah, and the thing is it's like, thank you, Panda Bear's mom. Thanks, guys, for the hearts. Let's see. Oh, Miss Machete says, I asked a random hearing impaired lip reader if she'd help us read their lips. I just asked today, so I don't know. Oh, that's cool. Thank you, Machete. That's really neat. She popped up on YouTube Shorts. Oh, that is so awesome. Yeah, because I think that would really be able to help us kind of maybe decipher what's being said there. I wish there was some audio, but I mean, obviously it was so loud in the restaurant, it'd be so hard to really make it all out. Um, because arm marks could be from carrying something through heavy bushes to dispose of too. Yeah, and there's, what are those, the pickers, gosh, what are they called? Um, that they have, like the brambles, those woods are very treacherous and very rocky and very, if you fall on rocks, y- you're not gonna not have some kind of injury, right? Just because um, they're so sharp and they stick up and everything like that. So if you were to fall, yeah, Jekyll and Hyde is a great way to put it, C. Taylor. I mean, it was just like very unnerving to listen to it, right? Because usually when somebody's like hitting on you, they're very kind and nice. They're trying to get in your good graces, right? They're trying to, it's like more of a happy interaction, if anything, right? But like in that instance, he just flipped a switch, and then he was just so hateful and raging out, and it was just like weird. Briars, thank you. I don't know why I called it Bramble. Thank you, Brandy and Indy. I see how I'll make up my own words if I don't know or if I don't say it right. Oh my goodness, Brambles. Um, and Ivana, good to see you, Ivana. Ivana says, I think CP is a narcissist and KP was already in his uh, discard process. Yeah, I think he was sick of her and she got desperate, willing to do anything to keep him to stay with her. He's been married 5 times. Yes, I agree with that. And I know what you're talking about, that discard, right? And that's what narcissists do. It's just part of like what they do. They'll kind of you know, it's like they don't see any value in you anymore, right? They like to have that supply, the narcissistic supply that they get from you, but they also just don't see the value in you anymore. So just goodbye, kind of a thing, which um, the five marriages, yeah. And Hindsight says that would be great if she could. Miss Machete, I'm still reaching out to anyone I can too. Thank you. Yeah, and it's just so hard because, gosh, if we could just even find out from, anybody that was there, if anybody would come forward, but nobody has. I find that to be just so odd. Um, just so odd. Miss Machete says, yeah, I figure it could tell us something since it was the last conversation before heading home. Yeah, and it just seemed like just a very strange conversation. Like just Sebastian's demeanor, too. You could tell it wasn't a good conversation, you know. And Crafting and True Crime says, I was listening to someone lately who was saying there was a barbed wire fence over by the retention pond. Maybe CP got cuts from there. The retention pond, right near the one that they drained, the one that they drained off. Because I don't remember there being some, and I did see a map of. So let me see, barbed wire. Miss Machete says hindsight at 2002, awesome. I figured she may have popped up for a reason, hopefully. Yeah, and I think that's the truth too. You never know, who would be willing to help out too, which is fantastic. I mean, we need all the help we can get, and just somebody that's good at lip reading can really give us a better understanding or idea of what may or may not be said. And hindsight says Miss Machete, exactly my thoughts too, even if it were nothing relevant, just so we could rule it out. Yeah, I mean, and maybe they were just having a conversation about earlier in the day. Maybe something did happen that has nothing to do with this, and happened at the arcade. Because, like I said, it seemed like they kind of like to be a little bit competitive. And sometimes when you're competitive, somebody might not be the best winner or loser, and maybe there was an issue there. Um, but in Crafting and True Crime says, yes, but TL cracked me up though. She had his number from Jump and wasn't taking his bull. Yeah, and there was a lot of the conversation that we didn't get to hear as well, that had been going on, before it came onto the online scene, So, yeah, I think it was partly she had already had it with him, but I will say that he was still being very strange with like the back and forth, right? Because it was already pretty heated by the time it, came onto the YouTube scene. And then it was like he was just kind of going back and forth. Oh, we should have done this in person, blah, 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 blah. It was just very it was very strange. It was very strange. And not becoming of a stepfather who's has a child who's missing who he really wants to find. Um, yeah, and they're always looking for new supply on it. And and that's the thing that we heard from um, the waitress also, where he would frequent while he was in Memphis, that he was kind of going to her and sitting in, at the bar where she worked and talking to her. There seemed to be a very big, kind of a relationship going on with the two of them. Now, when you're a bartender, you have to talk to people. If there's a regular that comes in every day, you do get to know them, and things like that. Um, and then some places, it just depends on where you work. They don't allow you to kind of like fraternize with the patrons, but some places don't mind. Um, so it's a strong possibility that could have happened. Yeah, we can at least know if the conversation was about sending him anywhere or not. Right. Exactly, Machete. And that's the thing. You know, I'd like to know what was being said. It kind of seems weird. Um, and Miss Machete says it's hard to because I feel kind of bad dragging anyone helpful into this madness that may endure it. I definitely feel like I should warn them. Yeah, I can't disagree there. I can't. But it's, if they're willing to do it, it's worth a try, I think. Um, and I think it's a great idea because that would be a way that we maybe can decipher some of it. And Crafting and True Crime says yes. LE, I think it was the one that drained the path heading to it. I will go back and get the clip if I can figure it out. Okay, thanks, Crafting. Yeah. And I wrote it down too because I have kind of a map of the area that I can look at. I don't know if there's a cemetery back there couponing or not. Yeah, yes, Jana, exactly. The more eyes on the case, the better. I agree. I agree because, and especially with people that have a specialty in that area, it's always awesome to hear their perspective on it. I think that it would really help. So yeah, absolutely. And Crafting and True Crime says, Julie had me laughing, although she's probably on point. She makes me laugh about her lip reading. Well, and that's the thing. Some people just have a knack for that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? You just never know. I wouldn't discount it. I wouldn't. There is a cemetery over there too. See, it's been a while since I've looked at that map. That's why I was like, I need to make sure before I say it. Okay, Black Hawk 57 has a sensible explanation of the marks on his arm, fingernail marks. And see, our friend over at Mandy over at Truth Seeker, or excuse me, Spirit Seeker Squad, matched up kind of Sebastian's teeth and then the marks as like teeth marks, which I found to be really, really interesting. And she's very good at kind of finding little things like that. Hindsight says Crafting, I almost thought she was a reader and got excited. Crafting and True Crime says he claimed KK was laying right there. That's crazy. I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe it either. I think he was on the couch or something. And then again too, he said that he was at work earlier that night whenever they were on Smiley's. And so it's just hard to tell, what or where he was or what he was doing. But I can't believe for a second that Katie would have been okay with that. And he even said one point of the conversation, well, I would go get her, but she's sleeping. And it's like, oh, well. Poppy Love says, I'm adopted in a kind of private adoption. The attorney knew girls in a home where they were pregnant and putting their babies up for adoption. I don't know any info. Well, and see, that's the thing too. Sometimes, and I think if he was younger, I might entertain that a little bit more. But then again, there's people that, just want a kiddo. So I don't know. I don't know. And we all know how easy he is to fall in love with. So that's, part of it that might be, still there. Okay, I will look for us for that video on YouTube from the Black Hawk 57. And Adam Forever 21 says, I wonder on CO. Oh, Poppy, I was in foster care. I get it. Sorry, hon. Aw, Vic. I don't get CP remark back when if we knew what Sebastian did, nobody would look. Who says that in in this trauma? Exactly. Who says that in this trauma? Just not right sounding at all. No, I don't think it's right sounding either. And it's just like who says that? And I never understood that. I just think that that is just so, I don't, it's just so off. And Poppy Love says, oh, okay, food and control, possibly with Sebastian. I think he's really good. Yeah, and I don't really watch him, but I will say that I thought that there was an element of using food as a weapon. I've always thought that, just because it's always like a big point of the conversation. Also, when Katie says things like stupid cake pops or stupid stinky Swiss cheese, or those little things, I kind of I perk up and I listen a little bit. Oh yeah, yeah, we do see that crafting. I wonder how much of that they're seeing. I wonder. That's a good question, Poppy Love. How do we get the U.S. Marshals involved? I don't know, but Dog was calling on them to get involved earlier, in that clip that we talked about last time, Saturday night's live, and I don't understand why they haven't been. It's just strange. And Forrest says, yes, there is a cemetery there. And I can kind of pull up a good map of that too next time for you guys, because I do have a good map of the area. And there are plenty of lip readers. Miss Machete says, I'm sure, but she did an actress. It was a side view a lot too. See, and that's good. That's really good. And she was really good. Yeah, I would love to hear her take on that. I really would. Hey, the Jersey lady, good to see you. And justice for Jana, or excuse me, justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Jana says, crafting, you'll always have a few bad ones, unfortunately. Yeah, and that's so true. Or just people that I think sometimes they think they're helping, but they're not. Some are deliberately, causing issues. But yeah, it's unfortunately that does happen. It's just too bad. The male voice is CP. Harry says, Brandy and Indy, yes, smiling. Did a live when she was there, and she was in the cemetery. Then over a slight ridge is a construction site, in my opinion. Oh, I did watch that with Smiley, and I wasn't sure exactly where she was. Um, and Carla says, I think CP and KP must have open relationship. That's how their marriage has lasted over 8 years. No one, or lasted 8 years, and no one else stayed married CP that long. Yeah, and I think maybe they had a different arrangement too, because even in the beginning, it seems like Katie knew about Nina, and she was also kind of not over the divorce yet with Seth, but they were still together. Which, it's possible about the open marriage. I just don't know how true that is. Points of entry should have been done a long time ago, in my opinion, to Adam Forever 21. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know why they weren't. And that's another thing. It's because they were operating, well, I'll just be honest with my opinion as well. They were operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, so that I don't think they thought that he would have made it to any kind of ports of entry. But again, that's the reason why it should really never be only one theory played out all the way until the end. It needs to be many working theories in the beginning, so that they can be sure to get all of the information, necessary to help. And hindsight says, Poppy Love, allegedly the feet declined their help early on. LE would have to request now. Yeah, they would. They'd have to be invited in from Sumner County Sheriff's, because that's who has jurisdiction, unfortunately. And Adam Forever 21 says, Carla, that's a great point. And couponing saw that. Let's see. They did about 6 months ago, Carla says. They posted points of entry where we're on high alert. Yeah, they did that when the FBI first got involved. You're right, Carla. They did. I do remember that. Just reaffirming that they're looking still. And that is good. That's a good point, hindsight. I think that's important to just kind of reconfirm that we're looking for him. We're looking for him everywhere. And those are some major points that they're looking for. Um yeah. Yeah. They declined US Marshals help. Who does that? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I just don't think they wanted him to be found. Look at all the craziness we saw with the uh United Cajun Navy. We saw a lot of craziness there and them getting threatened and, all kinds of nonsense. Um Aw, Vic. I hear ya. I don't know that I could even go out there searching like that. It's scary out there for one, but two, it's very rough terrain, and then also, I don't know that area at all. Um, yeah, Miss Machete, allegedly, yes, at night confirmed that. Yeah. And see, and that's the thing, it just doesn't make any darn sense. It really doesn't. And C. Taylor says Sebastian would have had much bigger reaction if it was about sending him somewhere, in my opinion. Seth said he didn't even want to go online school. Sending him to a home, a school, a relative would have been bigger. Right. Yeah, I think especially after that crazy day, thinking back, C. Taylor, that makes a lot of sense. It makes you wonder if he would have really had like a meltdown, right? Because he was just so overwhelmed and overstimulated. Um, so yeah, that's a great point. Um, yeah, bring everybody. Exactly, Miss Machete. And that's what's crazy. That's what's crazy. It's hard to believe that a parent would ever decline any type of help like that. And Carla says, Miss Machete, the Proudfoots did. Seth's wanted them, and Ellie and the Proudfoots had agreed that they would come. Yeah, and oh, didn't want US Marshals. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Carla. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, that's nuts. And Poppy Love says hindsight, what do the US Marshals do? Um well, they're part of the federal government, and they're intelligence as well. And so I think they could have helped a lot, especially early on, in figuring out what, the other possibilities other than him leaving without, or excuse me, other than him leaving, I was going to say without shoes, other than him leaving on his own. So I knew Seth didn't reject help from anybody because he is normal. That's stupid that they have to agree. One parent should be able to decide. Well, and if one parent asks, they should just do it for them, right? I would think, you know. It's crap that they were kept from coming to help. Who turns down help to find your child? It doesn't make any sense. Yes, thank you. Hindsight. Yeah, they handle federal jurisdictions with apprehension and investigations. Yeah, and it's funny that that the people that were last with Sebastian were able to make that determination. Allegedly, in my opinion, of course. Aw, thanks, Vic. Canadian entry points were done months ago. I learned recently. I do remember them looking about Canada. Yeah, well, they were because of the trip to Alaska, in my opinion. Um, Good night, Vic. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Thanks for being here. And Crafting in True Crime says, and according to Crime Time Buzz, if they knew the car description day 2, why didn't they do it then? Yeah, and I'm just, it's alarming that they didn't let us know what kind of car we were supposed to be looking for either, even if we didn't have a plate number. Um, U.S. Marshals can arrest based on federal court order. I'm reading in Grook. Thank you. A Grook. I don't know if it's Grook or Grook. They do a lot. They do a lot, and they do have that federal jurisdiction. And they are very versed in doing the interrogations, investigations on a federal level. So yeah, court security, fugitive apprehension. Thank you. Yeah, and we know Sebastian's on a fugitive, but he was on the most wanted list. Ms. Machete says prisoner transport and custody, witness protection, asset forfeiture, and serving federal court orders, subpoenas, summonses, and arrest warrants issued by federal judges. Yeah, and see, in the very beginning, the FBI was also on board, Secret Service, Special Ops, Ms. Chete says, good night couponing. Thank you for being here too. Thank you. And Ann says, Ann Reynolds says, I heard somewhere that Donald Trump was going to try to get someone else involved with Sebastian Rogers' case. Yeah, I heard that too. I would love to have him come out and say something. I really have been waiting for it. And Adam Forever 21 says, Seth is genuine from what I've seen, and if this man suspects of them too, that says a lot. Most exes wouldn't think that without reasons and gut feelings. Yeah, and it's just weird. It's just weird that his mom wouldn't want to find him no matter what. I would feel so guilty if it happened in my house and things like that. Carla says U.S. Marshals have a team just for finding missing children. And they do. And that's another thing that sometimes we don't think about. Even when people were saying, well, dogs got to get in on this, dogs, and I'm thinking, well, he's a bounty hunter though. Doesn't he only focus there? And then I started looking up, okay, what do bounty hunters do? And then I realized, oh, okay, well, they do help find missing kids as well. So that was something that I wasn't aware of until this case, really. I know he helped with the Gabby Petito Brian Laundrie case in a way and everything. But yeah, they also help with that. And Brandy and Indy says, and on a panel from the haters, some girl told CP to stay away from Chris McDonough. I would want his help, experience, and intelligence working on my child's case, in my opinion. I would too, 100%, Brandy and Indy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's weird. It's so weird, Miss Machete. You never hear that, Good night, Rogue. Good night. Hey, Don B. Good to see you. And Don B says, if Sebastian is in Canada or other territory, medicines are very easy to get without people LE being nosy. They are. That is very true. It's like that too down in Mexico, I believe. So that's a great point, Don B. Thank you. Very easy to get meds in Canada, Miss Machete says. Yeah, and that's what's it's very curious to me. How he would still, and not that he needed these medications to stay alive, right? But not necessarily, but kind of in a way he did. Just they're part of his routine. They were also prescribed by a doctor, so him not taking what he was prescribed could really hurt his situation. But if they're able to get those types of medications, that could explain a lot on why he, of him still, of how he could still be getting those medications, for lack of a better way to say it. Rogue says, yes, it's cheaper too. Okay, you were saying goodnight to Vic. Rogue, okay. And Chris McDonough also said both parents have to want their team's help or they can't help. And see, that I think that was another issue too. That really reminds me too of, I think that's why like Uvalde pulled out, because Uvalde couldn't get like a really straight answer. Which is very unfortunate, because when they came in, it was something to help. It wasn't something to hurt a situation. It was to help. So, for them to not to want that type of help is very odd to me. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, especially because you need all the help you can get in a situation like that. You just do. Um, yeah, they have to be invited. Yeah, yeah. I always say like vampires, And Anne says, yeah, that her mom was getting some medication, yeah, from Canada. Yeah, and it is, like Reg was saying, it's cheaper, it's more accessible, right? So it's very possible. Hey, Geo twins, good to see you. And Rogue, yes, but he said both parents have to agree as well. Yeah, yeah, and that's unfortunate, because we know they weren't agreeing. You know what I mean? They weren't agreeing on a whole lot. Geo Twin says, "Do you think he really needed medicating or something KP and CP wanted him to have to control him?" I think there was a little bit of both going on there. I think, um, well, I will say, Katie says that he had combined type ADHD. Now, I am more of a believer that those should be used very, very sparingly, but I'm not a medical professional, I'm just a mom. That if it came to that, it would have to be very severe for me to get on board with something like that. But with that being said, do I think that they wanted to medicate Sebastian so they didn't have to really try? Yes, I do. And the reason why is because of the pull-ups, right? Because he had regression. Not that he didn't know how to use the bathroom on his own or anything. He was well potty trained by that age, but then they didn't want to try, you know. They just, in my opinion, they did not want to try. They said the pull-ups are staying and the underwear are leaving. I mean, you know, yeah, they did crafting and true crime. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like their statement said there was conflicting, inconsistent statements, and they decided to pull out of helping. And in my opinion, that's exactly what they wanted to happen. Not Uvalde, but CP and KP. I think that they were wreaking havoc and causing issues to where bigger organizations, even news outlets and things like that, were kind of shying away. And there were even YouTubers that had shied away from the case because of the drama and how much like madness was involved in it. Yeah, one wouldn't want help if they were guilty. I agree with that, Rogue. I think that that's a big, big issue. You know what I mean? Gia twins. And Carla says, well, Chris and Katie don't want him found, uh, so they would never agree. Right. And there was just so much back and forth, right? And then Chris going on and being like, well, I'm the one that talked to the United Cajun Navy. Okay, good. Seth did too. So that's a good thing, right? Why argue about it? And why be like, I'm the one that did it? Who cares who did it? Let's just make sure they stay. But they were run off too, in my opinion, which is not right. That just hurt Sebastian's case. Um, yeah, due to threats too. Yeah, and they mentioned the threats as well, Brandy. Yes, they did. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for mentioning that too. It was threats. Same thing with the United Cajun Navy. They were being threatened and followed around, and um, yeah, they're very dangerous crafting. Yeah, those meds can be very dangerous. Be careful when getting on meds out of the U.S. That's very true too, because it's different, right? It's kind of not the same. I don't know how much you guys have watched, kind of topics like this, but I've seen some really bad like surgeries that have happened in other countries, and it's cheaper to go get the plastic surgery in these countries, but then there's some that are just so badly done that like you don't even know what they've put or injected or anything because it's not regulated like here in the US, right? It's a totally different ball game there. Trauma response for sure, Brandy. Oh, absolutely, and it is so sad. And that's who they're supposed to sit there and protect them, protect their child, and do what's in the best interest of him, not the best interest of them or what they want. You know, and maybe he wouldn't have had. In my opinion, he wouldn't have had the regression if there wasn't that element of fear, trauma, and just things not going right in the house, right? It wasn't a normal living environment for anybody. Um, with all those reports and everything, it just wasn't a good environment, you know. Crafting and True Crime said, I can tell you firsthand as a person with ADHD, any doctor making adjustments to my meds causes havoc. So I'm sure Sebastian would be too, in my opinion. Yes, I agree with that. I agree. And it's because a lot of those too, it takes a while for them to kind of kick in. But then once they do, it's like your brain kind of needs that, right? Otherwise, it can, um, there can be some problems, right? I'm not a medical professional, but it causes issues. And Carla says, well, Chris was scaring him to death. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Carla. I agree, in my opinion as well. Um, I can see that. I mean, there's times where Chris triggers me and I'm not even, you know, anything to do with him. Um, didn't want to parent. Yeah, G have twins. And that's the thing. They didn't want to take the time to be like, okay, Sebastian, what's happening and how can we help you? What's the problem? You know, sometimes it can be as small as watching how much you drink before you go to bed, right? Maybe he's staying asleep too long because of his sleeping medications. But to my knowledge, these things were happening during the day. They were happening all the time. The accidents were, but they weren't happening at Seth's. So that's something to think about, you know. Um, and Carla says, true 100%. They have been throwing wrenches in since the beginning, in my opinion. I think so too. And Don B says, as far as the videos of CP and Sebastian, we've seen videos of Chris Watts playing with his daughters. Good point, Don B. And that's the thing. And you know, in my opinion, I look at Chris Watts and he was like so loving with the girls, right? You would never think until his interview afterwards and we start listening to what he's saying and it's like, oh, wait a minute, you know, that was a weird statement. Okay, that's strange. And then we see the awesome job by the polygrapher when he's down at the station, and she's just like, "Look, I got your number, buddy. Like, I know you're lying, and so let's just come clean," you know. And she did a great job. I would like to see more of that here. Because I think once you corner somebody, and then also if we look at his body language, you know, he starts doing like this, and this is like kind of a self-soothing kind of a thing where he's just going like, oh crap, you know. And there were a lot of like weird, he would hold himself like this, like, you know, defensive kind of body language. There were a lot of little things, and then he didn't cry, he laughed. So many things that can transfer over, and just the oddities of, you know, not a concerned parent. And why wasn't he concerned? Because he knew what happened. He wasn't concerned with his wife, or excuse me, for his wife, because he knew what happened. So there's a lot of similarities there. Thank you, Don, for that. Because I mean, I see them. Yeah, most definitely. Hey, Mountain Mama. And Mountain Mama says, I agree with you. They have shown that they don't want him found by their lack of action to find him. Yes. And to sit there and say that they have been looking, you know, it's funny that they say that, but then we see no proof of it. It's weird that they would come out and be like, we're still looking, we're going to keep on going, but they really haven't been. And then all of that bunk footage that they put out there, like, oh, look at this, is, you know, we're going to follow it to the end. But it was days before that. And the police were like, no, we already checked that out 72 hours after Sebastian went missing. We had this footage. We know that it's nothing, you know. And then here we are. They're like, we're not going to stop. And it's like, you're not going to stop because you know it's nothing, in my opinion, you know. In hindsight says that Uvalde recently said they were planning to re-enter the search, but has yet to say anything further. Oh, I didn't know that, hindsight. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, wow. That's really something. I wish they would. I really wish they would. We could still use people on this, and I understand. I know that there's other kids out there, but maybe that's just a little push that we need um, to get this solved. And Crafting and True Crime says large true crimes like Grizzly would be great getting this out. Grizzly, I know Grizzly has covered Sebastian. I have seen her. I don't get to watch as much as I'd like to. But she probably won't because of the drama surrounding it. And maybe that's why I haven't seen any new videos. But I know that she was covering Sebastian, maybe not so heavily, but a little bit here and there. Ken Maines declined CP's request to, or excuse me, Detective Ken Maines declined CP's request to assist due to inconsistent statements by the Proudfoots in the drama, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's the thing with reputable agencies or even helpers, foundations and things like that. I will tell you, even Joe Petito and the Gabby Petito Foundation, they clearly said on Justin on TikTok is what he was called back then, but they came on and said, look, we were threatened. For what? Who does that? Yeah, Annie Elise did a really nice job though. She did it. She did a Sebastian video. Was it one or two? But she did cover a little bit of it, and I was grateful for that. Because whenever the bigger creators like that do um, bring it out, it goes to more people, right? It goes to some people that hadn't heard of it before. Annie Elise is one that I used to watch religiously, and I haven't watched her because she doesn't cover him as much, or she hasn't, but she did do a video or two. I can't remember if it was only the one though. You guys could probably help me out with it, but yeah, I really enjoy her. She's very fact-based and no nonsense, and she just wants to get the story out there. She does a really good job. And then also like Derek Levasseur, also he's another one that I love watching. He did a story on Sebastian. Yeah. So, and I believe it was around the 6-month mark, or maybe it was even 7th or 8th. But he definitely, and he works with Nancy Grace. So, Adam Forever 21 says, yes, nervous and anxious because inconsistence around, excuse me, incontinence around the trigger form. Yeah. And see, and that's the thing. He didn't have that issue before. And a lot of times that comes with SA, like that's a very strong indicator that SA is present. But it wasn't said that, it was not said that Sebastian started that having accidents after the California incident, right? We didn't hear that. We heard that he was doing that more recently in the last couple of years. So for him to regress that way, in my opinion, it just shows how bad it really was there. And Machete. Adam Forever 21 says, my big concern is if getting busted open with a good piece, are those two going to tell where he is? Very concerned. Yeah, I mean, I just wish there was a little bit more pressure on them in the beginning, because I don't think that any of us would have been sitting pretty in our house answering questions or playing games on the internet. I can't see myself getting away with that. I don't know about you guys, but I just can't see it ever happening. And Brandy and Indy says Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yes, and those are just our basic human needs, right? That a psychologist, excuse me, Maslow came up with a pyramid, and it shows. Oh, there we go, and it shows how our needs are, what kind of needs we all have, and they're just basic human needs, right? Even down to love, belonging, even down to what, food, nourishment, that sort of thing. And so, no, I do not believe that Sebastian's needs were being met. No. No, ma'am. And hindsight says, Adam Forever 21, in my opinion, they're hoping to locate him before making that move to take that option off the table, in my opinion. I agree with that. Hindsight, I agree. And I've looked up that one stat, and there's probably several out there, but 80% conviction rate in Tennessee with no body, right? But they're just not willing to take that chance here, and I don't blame them one bit, because of who the Proudfoot have become, who the Proud Feet have become. With the social media craze and everything, it could be another Casey Anthony situation, in my opinion. If they get a good enough lawyer who doesn't mind, doing the dirty work. And Poppy Love says, praying he's not been sold into sex trafficking. Organ trafficking is now apparently, being it's terrible. There's medically, I don't know if I find that to be something that could be on the table very heavily for me with organ trafficking. Now, it really perked my ears up again hearing Dog bring up the human trafficking element, and also just with him reiterating the BOLO for these different ports of entry and things like that. Juicy Tulip, they were. He was normal. He was, well, his father thought he was normal. His father thought it was normal that he was playing fiddlesticks with the little animals that he had tortured and unalived. So Dahmer being a Chicago girl and then living next to Milwaukee, not far from it, always scared the bejeebers out of me with Dahmer. So he was always my real life monster. Like, glad he's not around this area, but he's pretty darn close. And Brandy and Indy says, thank God Ellie shut that down immediately, in my opinion. Well, and they've done good, and they've done, there's things that I don't like, there's things that I appreciate. I just appreciate law enforcement because, they're the ones doing it day in and day out. And I really believe that there are some very, very fantastic law enforcement officers. As a matter of fact, I read a beautiful post from our friend Jana. I don't know if she's still in here, but basically it was an experience that she had with an officer that saw her sister's sticker on the back of her vehicle, and the Justice for Crystal sticker. And he was very interested in speaking about it. And it was just a very wonderful story about how Jana is very respectful towards law enforcement, but she does understand that there's something that happened that was terribly wrong in her sister's case. But again, she doesn't let it make her bitter. It makes her stronger. It makes her more determined. And, it makes her want to find the good ones and make sure that she's still respectful. And again, that's how I feel in this case. It's like, I'm going to point it out if I feel like something bad's going down. But I also am going to give credit where credit is due. Statistics say around 450 children pass away each year of filicide in the United States. Wow. And, I don't know if those numbers are just rising or if they've just always been like that and we have more awareness nowadays. It's crazy to me. Organ trafficking scares me too, Carla. for sure. Just think about it. Somebody just trying to grab you up for that. Oh my goodness. And I'm an organ donor, and it's like, but I don't want to be one before I'm ready. Um, hindsight says I have the post on my channel about Uvalde. Thank you, hindsight. Thank you so much. I will look. Thank you so, so much. Yeah, because, and see, that's so important for us to get a good understanding of that. Um, I know I put it in a video a while back, but I don't remember which one it was even. Um, it was one of the ones where I believe Pascal was talking about it. Um, yeah, Grizzly's not covering it now. See, Taylor, no, no, unfortunately. She is so good, though. She is so good. I subscribe to Grizzly. Um, Brandy and Indy says, yes, remember when Joe was threatened? Well, and that's the thing. There's been so many threats. There's been so many that it's like, I guess the list of people who weren't threatened is shorter, than the ones that were. Um, yeah, any help is help. I agree. I agree. Don B says, I think the FBI is working hard behind the scenes to help find Sebastian and build a case for those responsible. I do too. I think they've been working, well, ever since the 6-month mark when they put out the flyer. I really believe that. I really believe that, Don. And I feel like they're just, like you said, just trying to build that case up and making sure that everything that they do is for lack of a better way, kosher, right? They want to make sure that what they're doing, because that way they can't say, well, we need to suppress this bit of evidence because of this. They want to make sure they have an abundance of evidence, because this is going to be a tough one. I really believe that if there's limited evidence as we think there is, which I think there's more, obviously we talked about that, but they're really going to have to make sure they come with their A game. And I think they know that, and I really do. I believe in the FBI. I do. And I believe that they've been trying. I even think the TBI has been doing, what they can or what they're supposed to do. And then we have confirmation that that Brandon Carter has been the lead detective, right, from the beginning. And the only case that he works is Sebastian's. So, and Poppy Love says, I've been thinking about CPs. And will you guys drop Don B's channel in the chat, please? One of the mods, pretty please. I really like your channel, Don. You do a really nice job. So, and I can't always watch as much as I used to like to, but yeah, you guys definitely go check out Don B's channel. And Poppy Love says, I've been thinking about CP in 17 hours that has got to leave within that 48 hours of Sebastian missing to go clean his RV so his parents can take it, swap it with him, and deliver it to Oregon. Well, and see, that's always really bothered me too, Poppy, is like, what is going on with the RVs? Because I know that there was some swapping going on. I also hear allegedly that he was down there for a long time doing that. Now, what could he have possibly been cleaning up in the fifth wheel, right? Because those are meant for convenience to just pull in the slides, minimal cleaning. He looked like a tidy person to me. I'm just going to say that. I don't say nice things about you, Chris, a whole lot, but you look tidy to me. And oh yeah, it is a real thing. Oh yeah, definitely crafting and true crime. I just don't see that being, but I could be wrong. Oh, were you Geo twins? Okay, see that the scariness with Mr. Dahmer then. He wasn't too far. I remember they used to make a joke. What kind of pizza does Dahmer have in his refrigerator? And they'd say Domino's pizza. And of course I'd laugh, but I was scared to death. What could happen? Being so close. And Miss Machete says, I don't remember saying hi to you. Ah. Miss Machete, that's so sweet. And Anna Reynolds says, Lady Freedom, there is another one that I have to go find for you to watch. And he did something about Sebastian Rogers, and I will look for it tomorrow and send it to you. Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that. Yeah, because I can't find everything, guys. I try to go looking, and then sometimes it's just like too much down the rabbit hole. And last night I was really trying to focus on, well, the videos, and then also just trying to, if there was anything else I could see in there, slowing everything down, going bit by bit just to see if I could see anything more. But whatever, I think the focus was Green Hoodie and the conversation at the table is what Dog wanted us to see. But hey, analyst. SF's video, Brandy says, I was referring to SF's video put out on the news at the 1-year anniversary. Yeah, and I don't think it's nothing. I know that we still talk about the Green Hoodie, and then it's nothing. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Machete. Yeah, I don't know. There was someone else walking the dog. There, there's going to be people out in the neighborhood. I just didn't see that being Sebastian, Good night, couponing. Thank you for being here. January 11th, if you want to grab it for her. Yeah, see, and I didn't see the newest Uvalde post either. So, yeah, see, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Hindsight. Yeah, and I don't know. Geez, it's just hard to tell. It's just hard to tell half the time, but I need to be checking my Facebook more often too, because I'm in a lot of the groups and then I just forget to check over there. And Vana says, I've seen videos of little kids in Ukraine that had organs removed, not being put to sleep. Oh my goodness. Ukraine is the biggest trafficking hub on the earth. Yeah, I've seen a lot of bad come out. Well, and then also just with, I watched a few documentaries on Russian I don't know why I couldn't get that word, orphanages, and kind of it's so bad, in the other countries, and I don't mean to be anti anyone's country, but I am American, so I do appreciate ours the most. But it's just kind of sad to know what's going on over there, and yeah, so I'm kind of a little bit aware, Vana, so thanks for that. Yeah, I'm aware of some of that nonsense. And Miss Machete says, sorry, I was doing like 3 other things today. What's it on? It's okay, Miss Machete. Don't be sorry. You're fine. You are totally fine. And Hindsight says, Uvalde re-enters a search. See, that's so cool. I did not know that. That gives me a lot of hope. I'm glad. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Good to see you. And Adam Forever 21 says, I know a lip reader I have to locate, but I'm wondering if it's possible by the side view of her. See, and that's the hardest part, because if we look, gosh, that is going to be the hardest part. Because we could see Sebastian pretty spot on, but even with Katie, like, I mean, she's pretty well, like, we're not going to be able to really read her lips too much. I would like to know what the body language experts would see. Hey, Joseph Rapp, how you doing, my friend? Yeah, I would really like to see that. I would really like to see what somebody would think of her body language, Forrest says, I believe Trump is working behind the scenes as well. Remember, they said they were going to get involved in February. That's very true. Well, and he had signed all those executive orders as well. So I think that he might have been busy doing some of that other stuff. And I really hope, I would love to hear from him. I really would. It would just make my darn day. And Holly says, is is that normal to have a detective only working one case? I think it is. I think it is, Holly S. And he has to have enough to do for them to put all of those resources into one person. And so, but you know, I don't know how they do it over at the TBI. I'm working on something for you guys, and it has to do. Um, I don't really want to do a whole spoiler on it, but it does have to do with kind of Sebastian and Summer, and so I'm going to be looking more into the TBI myself. Yes, Don B is great. See, Taylor. Oh no, Rogue. So you know about it. Hindsight says Holly S is it depends on what is happening within the case at the time and who else is involved working it in addition to the detective. The detective could be the point person giving directives. Exactly. And see, he might and it sounds to me that's the way it is to hindsight, where he's giving out directives to the rest of whoever's working with him. Because of course they're probably not going to tell us who else is kind of on it. He's just the lead. And this is his main case that he works. He doesn't work any other cases. Okay. Oh, great, Anne. Okay, it was the one sent today. Went looking for Summer. Okay, perfect. Thank you, because that's kind of what I'm going with. Oh yes, yes, Gacy. That's another. That's another thing. The clowns. It's like I'm not afraid of clowns, but kind of Gia twins because of Mr. Gacy over there. Yes. Oh boy, he was another one that just was very like beyond creepy. Um that's right, Poppy. He did not like it. There's no way. It's a trauma response. It can be like if someone is essayed, yes, of course. Yes, raped, etc. Sometimes a person hides a lot of their yes, of their weight as in their mind belief for protection. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's very unfortunate to hear Chris saying that over and over. Oh, he liked it. He was known for it. Well, Chris, there's a lot of things you're known for too, buddy. And Adam Forever 21 says, "What are the odds those so-called dog marks are across from each other?" Yeah, they're just and the way that they sit and they're situated, and I could pull them in for tomorrow too. I just have to remember. Um, they look like bite marks to me, but not from a Yorkie, from teeth, in my opinion, Adam. So yeah, even with the rendering I have done, still nothing can be seen of her mouth, unfortunately. Yeah, and see, it's so tough. Yeah, thanks hindsight for that, because I was just showing kind of that one clip, but that's kind of how she stays, right? She kind of stays to the side until she looks all the way over to the one side, which would have been her left. Yeah, because she's sitting, so her left. Looks all the way over the right shoulder, moves all the way, looks over the left shoulder. Um, yeah. But we can maybe make out what Sebastian's saying. Um, so maybe we can kind of surmise what she's saying as well, or at least his mindset. So I think that might be really helpful. I mean, and Brandy says, Poppy, yes, that tells me how much Sebastian feared CP. I teach about fight or flight at my job, and that is like the most fear of a person's experience. Yes. Having an accident. Yes. Just before a person passes out. See, oh gosh, Brandy. And it is, it's a fearful response. It's I get, just walking on eggshells all the time. And especially if he was getting the belt, right? Um, you know, everybody perceives fear a little bit differently. So I'm glad that you said that, Brandy, and maybe you can even help us out a little bit too with it. But everybody perceives fear differently. And so maybe what's scary to one person isn't going to be as scary for the next person. But when you're just living in that day in and day out, um, it can definitely have that kind of that effect on somebody, especially a young person. Um, and especially if it was something that was only happening to this degree within the last couple of years, which I don't know when it could have started. But based on what we know from the CPS reports, it was some things that were happening within the last, year and 3 months that were really getting bad, right? Hey, Linda, thank you for being here. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you guys being interested in listening and the conversations that we have. Thank you. Because that's what's going to keep his name out there, and that's what needs to happen still. Um, Hi, Nicolation. Nicolation says the Texas Roadhouse video is so golden, can't see properly. Oh, her lips. Yeah, I know. That's going to be a problem, but maybe we could tell what Sebastian's saying. Good night, Carla. Thanks for being here. And let's see. We all know something does not smell right, and poor Sebastian has been through a lot of trauma. Yes, little Miss Sharon, he has been. Unfortunately, it's not, it's almost unfathomable the amount that he's gone through, and then it's just the tip of the iceberg what we know, right? Because there's so much more that was happening, in Sebastian's own words, that was happening, and he was talking to the counselor about. And Rogue says he was shaking his hands under the table. That is something a person with autism would do to release tension. Poor baby. Yeah, I agree, Rogue. I agree. Um, and you could just tell, like, even going into the restaurant with him plugging up his ears and stuff, like, yeah, maybe it was loud. There were a lot of people. Maybe he was just bracing himself for going into the restaurant. But then as we watch the video, we can kind of see that there's more stress in the situation. Pointing, hey mom, can I play that? No. Eat your food, order something, let's go. It was just very brash. You know, yes, I do know, Joseph, that she does, but I'm sure hindsight's looked, yeah, yeah. Well, her family's full of them, unfortunately, on her mom and then her stepdad, and they look like human bike marks to me too, Miss Machete. They do. They do. Yeah. And I hate to say that. Hey, James Coover, good to see you. And I wonder what is staged so KP could directly see the bathroom area, see who was coming and going. She was in a pretty good position to where she saw the entire restaurant, right? And her back was to the surveillance. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out too, Brandy, because that absolutely makes sense. I mean, we see that. And James says, as it does not look or sound even close to being right, little Miss Sharon, you are correct. Thanks, James. Oh no, hold on. Did you just send it, Rogue? Oh, I know why I'm not getting them, because I got kicked off. It kicks me off and wants to put me on public Wi-Fi, and it's not good. It's not a good. Hold on, let me see. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, guys. There's a little glitch. Okay, let me see. Oh, see, and I just got these too. Clear pics of Sebastian. See, Rogue, I'm not seeing it here. Let's see. Did you maybe send it to the Mod Squad? Oh, sorry, Forrest, I got yours. Let's see. The analyst, in my opinion, poison ivy can get them like that, and that is a weird rash pattern, and depends on the severity. Depends 1 to 2 weeks to heal. They took 8 days. Maybe he waited to heal. Oh, I see. Like if he had gotten into poison ivy. Okay, yeah, I can see that, analyst. Well, I've had, I think it was poison oak. Which one was it? It took a couple of days for sure to get rid of it. Um, I didn't know I was allergic to it until I got it. I was camping. In hindsight, it says I don't feel that is appropriate here, but I appreciate your thoughts. Oh, did I miss something, guys? Sorry. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it. My bad. Now I see. I remembered, actually, I should say. C. Taylor says Megan Boswell's recent Tennessee conviction gave me renewed faith in Tennessee LE. Megan received life for unaliving her child. The public thought LE wasn't investigating, though. Yeah, they were. Yeah, that's a great point. And and the thing is they were very good. They got her on lying to the police at first, and I was like, "Ooh." I mean, I was excited. That got me excited too, C. Taylor. And because we haven't covered it here. Um, but I would like to. I would like to. I think that's another case that we can kind of look at and say, okay, comparatively, what's happening here? Like, what are the processes with the TBI? Yeah, and I'm so glad that little Evelyn got justice. I mean, to some degree. Unfortunately, she didn't get to live, and um, I don't think so, Joseph. I don't think so. I think it was. Were you guys referring to like the SOs? Was it the SO comment? Because I saw the SO comment. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was still there. And little Miss Sharon says, I'm a mom of autistic teens, so I get what Sebastian probably went through when his strict family, or with his strict family, which just not works with these kiddos. Well, exactly, it doesn't work. I don't think it works for anybody to have that much control over them. I just really don't. It's like that's the time when they're rebelling, right? It's just all teenagers do that. We're like, wait a minute, we're big, we're grown. We think we're grown at that age. We think we know everything. Oh geez, Rogue. Oh, that is just awful. Okay, I'm gonna have to look back. I'm gonna have to look back in my emails. Okay, hold on. Let's see. But it was probably, see, then it had to have been the Lady Freedoms. Oh goodness sakes. Mm. See, I have a couple that I haven't opened, but let's see. Oh, Sharon's probably gonna kill me. All right, let's look. Let's see. Oh, I found it. Okay. Remember, I did not alter this. Okay. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, Rogue. Okay, I see it. I think so. Was it March 3rd? Oh gosh, I am so sorry. My Lord. No, we could talk about it. We just got to kind of be a little bit creative with how we say it. And I'm so bad about that, guys. Do not use me as an example because I just blurt stuff out half the time. I'm like, hopefully they don't demonetize me. But it's just so hard. Um, okay, good, Rogue. No, I found you. I found you. And James says something KP said the reason she was gonna go with CP when he was gonna return back to work, that Sebastian can be anywhere. Yes, exactly. I do remember that, James. And that she's gonna look everywhere, and even if they left home, um, yeah, disguise is the sensitive words. Thanks, Miss Machete. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's just that way because YouTube doesn't like certain lingo, right? Like they don't mind if the hate channels say the F bomb every 2 seconds, but heaven forbid we say the real word we say the real word instead of grape. It's an unfortunate situation. Um, yeah, I see that, Rogue, that it could be allegedly up close of photos of 3, maybe 4 people. Yeah, and you're not the only one that has said that. It's interesting. And also, some people say that they see Katie kind of like bending over into a vehicle, which is also, interesting to me too. Um, yeah, it is so upsetting to hear that from her. Yes, yes. Yeah, they look like welts. Yeah, they do. They look like welts. And yeah, and super itchy. Um, yeah. Yeah, exactly, James. I mean, it's like, "Oh, we're gonna go on vacation. We might find him down here." Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think it's just an excuse that it's just an excuse. Yeah, just maybe not even dog bites. Yeah, because I just don't see those little Morkies having that, you know. I just don't see little Morkies being able to do a bite the way that it looks like on him. It just, yeah, they're just so little, and they have those little teeth, and they have little pointy canines in the front. Um, a while back, the behavior panel evaluated Megan Boswell, but didn't really evaluate the Prophets, in my opinion. However, if you watch what they say about Megan, who does similar things, then the Prophets, it's spot on. Okay, so behavior panel. I do like behavior panel, but I never saw the Megan Boswell. Well, very similar to the way that Katie was acting in Megan Boswell. And Megan Boswell is way younger than Katie, but Katie does have that immaturity factor, right? I think she does. Um, no, you didn't say anything inappropriate. No. It's just or well, not the comment that I saw. You disguised it. You disguised with what you saw, what with you said, Joseph. So you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like certain things that YouTube won't like, or um okay, good, good, Rogue. I'm so sorry. I'm like, how did I miss one? I need to kind of clean my what I need to do is create folders and become more organized is what I need to be doing. Um and Crafting and True Crime says, has anyone else seen the behavior panel's evaluation of Megan Boswell? Did you think about KP and compare the similarities? I mean, I do. I remember just her interview. I haven't seen the behavior panel one, but just her interview was very reminiscent of how Katie was, crying, laughing. You could see the deception level was pretty off the charts, um, and that sort of thing. It really was. Yeah, absolutely, Joseph. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, darn YouTube. Well, and I don't know why they do that. It's like, how come we can't openly say it if we can, bash the crap out of each other, but we can't say words that, are important in life? Rogue says, I don't think that is Katie. It looks like a thin guy wearing all black, bending down, doing something in the back seat. Yeah, I didn't think it looked like Katie a whole lot, but then people were saying about her ponytail. And then I was kind of trying to see. Yeah, it's just interesting. It's so hard to tell that photo. But I do like exploring it because I think there's a lot to it too. I would change it to redrum. Machete, Miss Machete. And James says she knows where he is and what happened. And then when she talks to him, she looks up and she knows he's no longer with us. Oh, I guess you could say, yeah, she has looked for him, or should say up to him. Well, and see, that's the part that makes us all wonder, right? Because when we look up at the sky, a lot of times we're talking about heaven, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. And you know what really stinks is having someone on panel and they're telling their story. Thanks to Adam. And they're telling their story, and you have to tell them beforehand. By the way, we can't say certain words, and you have to say allegedly, in my opinion. Um, It's tough, right? Because especially, well, and if you live long enough, I say this all the time, if you live long enough, you're going to experience trauma. But that's like telling any of us in a traumatic situation to say allegedly, in my opinion. You don't hear that. That's not normal. That's if somebody said that right off the bat, I might say, okay, you might be a YouTuber, or, you might be telling me a tall tale, because most of the time people don't say those things allegedly, in my opinion, not when they're in deep telling their story. Um, so it's so hard, guys, but I appreciate you guys keeping, um, you know, uh, I guess it wouldn't even be an open mind, just keeping in mind what YouTube has, making us do over here. Um, it is jaw dropping. It is. A lot of these connections are. Oh gosh, I know, Rogue. You would think I'd have that many. I don't have that many, but I mean, some days I feel like I do, and then I'm like, I'm behind. Brandy and Indy says, I do the same when I think about my son who passed years ago. Oh, Brandy, I'm so sorry. You look up too. Yeah, immediately recognize that behavior. I think KP has come to terms or accepted the situation, in my opinion. That is really a good point, though, too. That maybe that is how she feels, and it's coming out, right? Just in the way that she's saying it. That's a great point. And I'm sorry to hear that you lost your son too. Um, but I appreciate your perspective from a mother, and I do the same thing when I think about my mom. She passed in '06. And, I when I talk to her, I look up, because I'm sure as hell ain't gonna be looking down, but that's, because you don't think about that, right? You're like, they're in heaven, right? So yeah, thank you for that perspective. I appreciate it. Um, Totally not you, exactly. Yes, hindsight. Thank you. Thank you, hindsight. And then Poppy Love says, I'm saying this is as my opinion, not serious, but with that disclaimer, don't you kind of wish there could be some interrogation like in the movies? Tell us where Sebastian is. Yes, Poppy, I do. In my opinion, yes. I know, because we're just frustrated, right? At this point, it's been too long. It has. I mean, and I don't want anybody getting hurt, but geez, wouldn't it be nice to have a little bit more pressure put on there? I think so. And James says, yeah, maybe excuse, or maybe an excuse, but it's definitely has given so very many places that they could have got rid of him, in my opinion. And of course, that will make CP right when he says that no one will find him. He made sure of it. See, and I had a conversation with somebody earlier today about that. That's what Adam Montgomery told the Manchester PD, was that, they'll never find Harmony. And he was bragging about it. He's like, I don't know what they're doing. But they're never gonna find her. Just, things guilty people say, um, allegedly. And Crafting in True Crime says yes. Ellie and the smirking, or LF and the smirking, snickering, duper's delight, deep breathing, all of those things they evaluated. And see, yeah, yeah, and those things are important to look at, and they're also, something that we see when we see people telling you know untruths, or if they're when they're guilty, um yeah. And I agree, KP knows too, in my opinion, Brandy, absolutely. um you know I agree with that. In my opinion, KP's tattoo speaks volumes to me. On top of the other things I see in her, it feels like she knows it all. Yeah, yeah. The tattoo is a little bit different. I don't know really what to make of it, except for I kind of just think that it was I don't know if I don't have any tattoos, right? So I can't really say, from a tattooed person's perspective, or somebody who gets tattoos to honor, and things like that, because I know that is something special for people to do for others. But I would put if I was going to do that, I would put the person's name for sure. Um, it was just a very kind of modest little, um, something anybody really could do. It didn't take a whole lot of artistic liberty, if you will. It didn't feel like it was well thought out. It just kind of is a little tiny afterthought of a tattoo, in my opinion. Um, Now that's coming from somebody who doesn't have one, so if I got one, it would probably be something similar to that small, right? Because I wouldn't be going off and getting like a huge eagle on my back or anything like that, right? But with that being said, yeah, I thought it was odd that his name wasn't in there or anything, his initials. A cat. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a tattooed person. And Adam Forever 21 says crafting, yes, and it has been seen in a lot of cases of those kind of mothers. It's so odd how only, or it's so odd how one can fake and display. When I saw Susan Smith cry, I dropped my groceries and told my husband she's lying. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Susan Smith is one that I always reference with Katie as well, because of, well, the not looking at the camera, kind of not crying, more so laughing. Because Katie and Chris told Caitlin Miller that they could not do an on-screen interview. Only their hands would show, because they were too emotional, and neither one of them shed a tear the whole entire time. I mean, we can hear crying, right? Your voice might get a little bit more shallow. You might sniffle, and things like that. None of that, none of that. And as a matter of fact, you would wipe tears away. You might have, whatever other stuff coming out, right? And you would have a tissue. They just held each other's hands for dear life, and stroking her hand, and then Chris was doing like this tapping like this, because I made a video on how many times he was tapping, because I found it to be interesting, and that was the only body language we have. Oh, Rogue, you're good. Rogue. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so bad at my emails sometimes. See, that's why I put that disclaimer up there, because I knew. Occam's razor, yes. Joseph, the simplest explanation, usually the best one. Yeah, I agree with that. And, Josh from the lab brought up Occam's razor, and so did Jen. Um, Coffin Daffer brought those two up, and it's true. It's like the simplest explanation is usually the right one, right? It's usually not that complicated. And I think even Tony Mathis brought that up at some capacity. I don't know that he used he actually said Occam's razor, but I think he was alluding to it, you know. So Miss Machete, that's the truth. And James says, and it's very sad thing is about that, and the very sad thing is about that is that he did not leave any proof, as he said he brings, or has, or has he? In my opinion, he has definitely proven to us that he knows what he knows, and we all know the truth. They say they're innocent until proven guilty. Right. Right. But yeah, with CP he has a problem. Yeah, and it's just crazy because we are innocent until proven guilty, right? So that's why we do have to say allegedly in our opinion and things like that, except for when it comes to somebody who has been convicted, right? We're allowed to have more liberties with it. But in the same way, it's like, you know, it makes it really hard in this case because we all know it's kind of to that extreme, you know. Brandy, I know. Machete's very cold, empty eyes, in my opinion, fake tears. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's sad, you know. Respectfully, in my opinion, it's not appropriate and looks like puff paint. Yeah, yeah. I mean, no, you're fine, hindsight. And that's the thing. You know, we're all entitled to tell what we think it is. And honestly, um, it does look like puff paint. I mean, it was still pretty new, I think. But yeah, it's I think it's inappropriate too, and I just thought it was something that you can't really tell what it's about or who it's for. And usually when you do like a memorial of that magnitude, you could usually tell like who it's for, my son, my love, you know, whatever. It's like but it was very impersonal in my opinion, you know. Um oh boy, Wade Wilson likes tattoos a little bit too much. A little bit too much. C. Taylor says, as a result of Evelyn Boswell's traumatic passing, Tennessee now has the Evelyn Boswell law requiring parents, legal guardians to notify LE agency or TBI within 24 hours of a disappearance of a child 12 years old or younger. Thank you, C. Taylor, for that. That is wonderful. And, you know, I guess it just goes without saying, right? But now that we know that something like this happened to poor baby Evelyn, um, obviously we need that in place. But you know, who would have thunk it, right? Who would have thunk it? You know. Yeah, it is the truth and only the truth, and don't matter if we can handle the truth, but the truth is the truth, and it's what CP says he has brought to us is his truth. Right, not yeah, and I believe that too. I don't believe that they've been truthful. I really don't, because I've caught them in so many different, and we all have. I mean, you know, many of us have done comparisons and been like, okay, well, he said this here, then over here he's saying this, and then he's going over here. You know, it's just it's crazy. It's just crazy. Well, guys, I better hop off here. I've been on here for 4 hours, but I've been enjoying talking with you all about this, and I think that all of us have a lot to bring to the table, especially just even seeing I know nothing Hogan's Heroes, Poppy Love. Even what Joseph says here, I'm retired mental health counselor, so I add info about motivations and deeper reasons among other stuff. Yeah, and see, and that's the thing. We have all kinds of different backgrounds and skill sets in here, and that's what's the most important for us to really bring to the table, right? Because there's things that I don't know. There's things that you guys might not know that I bring to the table, and things like that. So I think it's really an amazing community that we have going on. And just the fact that we can bring all of this in and discuss it really helps the case out, I think. I mean, I know that not everything's going to be right. We're not always going to get it right. But at least if we're thinking about it and we're using our you know, critical thinking skills and thinking for ourselves, I think that's really important. So, Aw, Miss Machete. Oh, you're welcome, Hindsight. Thank you so much for being here. I really love hearing your perspective and I love watching your videos. It's just something that I feel like you put in a lot of time and effort and just that you really care, you know? So I appreciate you and I appreciate you being here. So thank you. Thank you so much. And you're very welcome. We love having you. And yeah, all of the complete facts. And and the thing is like I said, there's so many you guys have such great thinkers, your brains are always working, you know. You're welcome. You're welcome, Miss Hindsight. And yes, I love it here too. And I love being with you guys, you know. Are you close to Milwaukee too? Oh no, Adam Forever 21. Oh no. Um and and the different perspectives, especially when it comes to it's fascinating to me. I took a little bit in high school of psychology, and then I was able to take like a advanced placement one. So I took 2 years, but it was supposed to be getting ready for college, and then I never did go because I had my daughter. But I really find that part of human well just humans in general, right? I find our brains to be very magnificent. And we still don't know everything about them, right? But I also find it really amazing the psychology behind the way we think, the reasons why we think the way that we do, the reasons why some of us may react in the same ways as others do. So it's very cool. It's very, very cool. And I appreciate all of your perspectives on that too. So but you all take care. I'm going to work on a show for tomorrow and I'm going to get that video up for Crystal tonight or well later on this morning. But yeah, I will look for those bite marks too on Hindsight, and also I'll try to pull in a good map for us to see kind of what we're dealing with around Sebastian's house too, so we can look at that. And thank you, Brandy and Indy. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Hindsight. And see, that's the big one. We all work together to make sense in all of our thoughts combined. And see, and that's the most powerful thing, right? Is us working together to do that. And because everybody thinks differently, everybody's had different experiences, and sometimes people can say, I understand that that was your experience, but my experience was like this, and it could kind of open up possibilities that we didn't really think of before, you know. So I love that. I really do. I think it's so important. And then working together because there's so many that just don't want to do that. But there's so many that do. So it's just always good to focus on that and not focus on the other, you know? And there is no wrong answer. Exactly. Yeah. And in this case, like I said, guys, we're going to get it wrong. We just are. It's just a lack of info. There's a lot of things. That we're going to get wrong every now and then, but that's all right because that's what helps us get to the right answer, you know. So and I just love all you guys. You guys are awesome. Okay, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate each and every one of you, so thank you.